All right. No, I'm just gonna do a BRB. Well, we got that epic finish.
It needs to be about 20% cooler.
Not ideal by any stretch of the imagination. And there you go. Another instance where we just got the stream goes down and it comes back up. Like the upstream just got completely disrupted.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. Everyone, are you okay? Focus on healing up.
Come. Something else.
Everyone's health is really low. Can someone heal?
Yes, Makoto can heal. But that breaks its heart. As we move on to the next part here. Animated cutscenes.
Hey, we did get him, yeah?
Oracle. Oh. It's silent, but
Hey, Red Fox. Yeah, we're having internet troubles, Red Fox. So it's like the stream went down twice already tonight. So you came in just as it came back up. Call that good fortune.
What's going on? This looks bad, you guys.
How you doing, sir?
could it be?
What's going on?
Yep, so.
The Holy Grail in its entirety.
Glad to hear it. Well, that thing is huge.
Pull it together.
Give me a break.
Now, near as I can tell, some of the issues are coming from the upstream being disrupted somehow, but I'm not sure what the cause of it is.
I am the administrator, born of the collective human
huge back when it was the Holy Grail.
The administrator must guide mankind toward proper development. And now that the foolishness of man has been proven, it is the administrator's duty to purge them.
You kidding? This is just some kind of rigged game you started.
The foolish masters merely spread indolent thoughts and force the progress of society backward. If left to humanity, the world would slowly meet its demise. Rehabilitation is impossible now.
That doesn't mean humans are evil, though.
Humans are evil.
There are many upstanding citizens. However, they merely take the soul path before them. The act of making decisions is accompanied by nothing but pain. Even if a cliff of ruin lay ahead,
Connected with specific resource. I understand, for example.
not a second thought.
Bullshit! You're just forcing your selfish ideas on people.
For a god, you're pretty damn prejudiced. If this is all for the sake of humanity, wouldn't being beaten by humans satisfy you?
I am the entity which governs this world. Its future depends wholly on my leadership. Those who dare defy this natural order shall be met with punishment raining down from the heavens.
Ugh, that thing's on a totally different level.
Can we defeat something like him?
This is the best possible outcome. We're fighting against a god who's not holding anything back, right? What bigger target could there be for the Phantom Thieves to tackle? Although, it's still way too big for my liking. All right,
It's
I'll
huge.
give the navigation everything I've got. We can do this if we all work together. Let's take him down.
Crowning our glory by defeating a god. Now that is true art. We basically just gotta beat that thing, right?
Man, you guys are the best, stupidest group I could ask for.
Yes, we are the best group of stupid people ever.
I'm so glad I was able to be a part of your team. We'll take it all back. Our future and this world.
Time to save the world, people.
Rebels who dare defy my rule, you shall perish.
This guy's behind everything, but we're all together. We can win. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. I don't know its weak point. It's trial and error time.
I'm not done. It's time. Go down.
Persona! Here!
Whip him, Persona! Bam!
Stop the fools.
Well,
Persona! You're mine.
Persona! Out of our way! Persona! Allow me!
Stop the fools. I release upon you the deadly sin of lust. You have no means of escape, humans. The insanity of mankind shall bring forth the
all right.
an arm? And it has a gun?
Yes, it has a gun.
What is this attack? One of mankind's deadly sins? Don't let your guard down until we know what it does. Oh no! The lust effect might keep you from moving! The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Persona! Go down!
Persona! No holds barred! Persona! Shall we?
You're dead!
Wow, Skull, you're charged up.
Well, showtime.
Make way for the fist of the phantom!
Get serious.
Sorry! Can't run now!
You're already dead!
Ah, that's a new variant.
I release upon you the deadly sin of vanity. You have no means of escape, humans.
I think we have needs rooms to escape.
Bring forth ruin.
As a bell.
Another one! Does it have a bell? Be careful. We have no idea what it'll do.
Death shall grasp you.
He's doing a different attack. A different deadly sin. What's this all mean? Here come the bus!
Futaba comes in.
Skull, are you okay? Keep an eye on your health.
Gabriel! Skaha! There!
Lower your guns.
How's this?
Stop, you fools.
Persona! This is a part of me!
Persona! Eat this!
Stop, you fools. I release upon you the deadly sin of gluttony.
He's just breaking out all the deadly sins, isn't he?
The selfishness of mankind shall bring forth ruin.
A sword this time! Getting hit by that would be dangerous for sure.
I condemn you.
Another one? It looks like this is how his main body attacks. He may keep switching up his moves. Let's be careful. Gluttony! Watch out when you use your personas! Persona! A surge of gluttony? Persona summoning might take more effort. Skull's in trouble!
I release upon you the deadly sin of wrath. You have no means of escape, humans. The passion of mankind shall bring forth ruin.
This This one has a book. Don't let your guard down. It's a surge of wrath. You have to try to calm down.
All right.
I appreciate it. Much obliged.
Sorry.
Wrath? No, you gotta listen to me. Out of our way! It's a surge of wrath. You have to try to calm down. How's this?
Read up the book.
I release upon you the deadly sin of greed. You have no means of escape, humans. The fixation of mankind.
It's like, okay, wait, what?
This is your punishment.
Sona. Black Rider. You're mine.
Persona! No holds barred!
Oh, she. Manifesting Bell.
I release upon you the deadly sin of envy. You have no means of escape, human.
It's going through all the big hits here.
Mankind shall bring forth ruin. Death shall grasp you.
It's a surge of envy. It's trying to make you fight each other.
Let's go. There.
Stop, you fools.
Persona! How's this?
Your Gamer Bunny! Thank you very much for the 200 biddies! It's bringing back the book. Like, how many cents? I think we're past 7 cents at this point.
Upon you the deadly sin of pride. You have no means of escape, humans. The ingratitude of mankind shall bring forth ruin.
Jeez, this is a repetitive battle.
If you attack now, you'll be countered. Be careful. Pride, don't attack or you'll get countered instantly.
The book returns to normal. The Wrath of God. Well, of course. Futaba comes in!
Sona. Ravage them.
Yes, ravished him!
Persona! Take that!
Whoop 'em, Persona. Get wrecked.
Oh, bullshit! It broke out all four!
This yearns for ultimate ruin. You have no means of escape, humans. Punishment shall strike you all as you pass through the gates of destruction.
What's this spike in energy?
Trouble, that's what that's for.
Of insane attacks coming. Watch out! The enemy's charging. It's going to be a big one.
That's what she said.
The enemy's charging. It's going to be a big one.
Return to dust.
Woo!
You're mine.
Everyone's health is really low. Can someone heal? Thank you so much. Come. Huh.
That's just unfair. It's getting all these attacks in. Utaba's coming in.
Stop, you fools. Fools opposing a god. So, this is the power that resists ruin.
Yes, it's the power.
Did we do it? No, not yet.
My control shall not bow down to ruin. My control is the ultimate truth of this world.
He's strong.
Oh, come on.
If you're really a god, you should be guiding humans to your ideals. You're destroying them because you can't do that, aren't you? So that you can flaunt your own existence.
Well, if you got it,
You're
flaunt
saving
it.
us. You had to because the reaction of the masses worried you.
That sounds about right. I don't know how long you lived, but you're the perfect example of a pain-in-the-ass old man.
You find people like that everywhere.
What drivel?
The drivelness of drivels.
What is this?
Damn it! I can't see anything.
Do you want to erase us from this world that much? Guys,
Since you've been forsaken by the world, there is nowhere that you can belong.
Well, we're dead.
We can't lose like this.
Come on, this is like the ending of every season of Power Rangers ever.
I need to get back up.
Why does it look like Anne is presenting? Well, just as I say that.
My strength.
I can't go on. Is this it?
Not even one sliver of unpredictability can be permitted under my control.
I guess it was impossible in the end. It was fun while it lasted, though. It's human
God after all.
Do you hear the voices of the masses? They mock you for revolting against a god.
Hey,
Humans are
that's the average thing of every JRPG. You take down gods.
a world filled with them will decline. The sin of rebelling against a god is severe. As punishment, you shall taste pain everlasting.
Not letting that happen.
The attempt, created from the dregs of human hope. It is impossible for a petty existence like you to overrule my pressure.
I think Morgana's a cat. But cats overrule everything.
Desire to. You better not underestimate it. The Phantom Thieves will yield to no one, no matter who they are. Even if only one of us remains, we'll get back up and fight to the very end. And we'll definitely take the world! Someone just disappeared.
What the hell? What's going on? Do something, damn it! Aren't you the police?
The police are not obligated to help. Unfortunately, that's something that's in the U.S. Constitution, ruled by the U.S. Supreme Court.
The number you are trying to call is not reachable.
It's no use. Huh?
Hey, the Fantasy's logo is appearing.
What was this again? The Phantom Thieves? Weren't the Phantom Thieves those...
They haven't given up yet.
Can they even do anything about a situation like this?
No, it's impossible. There's no way.
Come on, we need the power of friendship here.
Take it down, Phantom Thieves!
Oh, of course, this asshole gets to be the one that does the rallying cry.
Come on! Why do you think they risked their lives all this time?
Because they're the Power Rangers, for lack of a better term.
Will you stop running from the truth?
Seriously, you ever seen the ending of Power Rangers in space? This is essentially the same thing there.
The Phantom Thieves!
Getting the rallying cry of the people.
Phantom Thieves! Can you hear us?
Are you someone who's been charmed by the Phantom Thieves, too?
I sure am. Is the same true for you too?
Pretty much. Looks like it's not just us, though.
I'm not letting you lose after getting this far. You better finish what you've started.
It may not look like it, but I've got high hopes for you guys. You better win this.
They'll win if I cheer them on? Then I'll cheer them on as much as they need.
I like this.
You've stolen the hearts of this many people. I won't let you lose.
I can tell that you are all capable of standing up against any kind of fate.
You all are truly causing a revolution right now! Go!
Look forward and keep fighting. You taught me that after all.
I cheered you guys on all this time, and I'm gonna keep at it.
Now that's a rallying cry.
Hope. I beg you, finish this.
That's you guys' fault. I don't know when to quit either. Get back up. Don't lose to that thing.
No matter what anyone says, I believe in you guys! Go for it, Phantom Thieves!
I'm counting on you, everyone. I will believe in you to the very end.
And you're still gonna throw the hero in jail. Because that's the plot there.
You hear that? Those are the voices of the humans you made fun of. No one wants you to rule over them.
The funny thing is, though, Morgana is the quote-unquote hope of the world.
gotta word it like they're looking down on us.
But they're cheering for us. Doesn't feel bad.
You're not done changing the world! You don't have to tell us twice.
We won't let ourselves be erased! We're going all out, damn it!
Well, that's probably going to be my desktop in the coming week.
I've made up my mind. I will see my justice through for the sake of protecting what I care about. We're gonna. The same goes for you guys, too. If you've decided to take the world from him, don't compromise your ideals to the very end. Let's defeat him.
Just realized the back of Morgana's head, is that like a belt buckle or one of those snappy caps?
Hey, God! Foolish humans are praying down there! They're praying there's no place for someone like you in this world!
Give that evil god his final warning.
We're saving the world. Hey, we passed a very nice percentage point. It's gonna blow! Well, it broke the chains of rebellion. Or broke the chains of captivity, mind you.
So you have failed to harness the power. No matter how many prayers of those foolish masses come together.
Yeah, he might want to look up.
What the?
You can just tell it's thinking, oh shit. Gotta love it when at any point in a video game you can just go and says, hey God, mine's bigger than yours. And it's huge.
Man, it's huge!
What an immense power! No way. Is it a persona?
I don't believe what I'm seeing! What is that?
It's a Megazord.
Beam's doing too? That's totally amazing! Keep it up, Phantom Thieves!
We're back up.
This is what matters do.
Completely blocked.
They're insanely strong! They're not just Phantom Thieves anymore! That's like some super demon lord! So awesome!
I see. If a god plays naughty, then it's a demon lord's duty to punish him. What better way is there for a finale as a trickster? Joker, we're entrusting our strength and the people's hopes to you. Put an end to this!
Like one big extended cutscene.
Pillage him! Satanael!
Well, Joker actually has some dialogue. Bang!
Preposterous! You dare wrong the people's wishes?
Well, That's one way to finish off a big bad. With a hole in its head.
What power? It surpasses mine own. A god born from the wish of the masses. So this is the true trickster. Damn that Igor. It seems he wasn't spouting nonsense.
The thorough trickster.
Ain't that a treasure? Right, Mona?
Thanks for everything, gang. Mona-chan? Mona? Humans have the power to change the world. They just forgot about that a bit.
Hey.
And this would have been the end of the base game.
I was able to complete my duty.
Everything was thanks to you. Wasn't it, Morgana?
Give Morgana their props.
To be useful for humans that I admired so much.
Even Ryuji.
Make me happier. This place will soon disappear too. Time to go home.
The hell? What is this?
What is this that we've entered?
Looks like the rain stopped.
Hey guys! What? So beautiful. Yeah.
Continuity error. Morgana's not. Oh, Morgana's looking from a distance.
My word.
Why is everything... The whole world is a product of cognition. Not just the metaverse. It can be freely remade. The same goes for you and everyone else.
Dude, Mona!
This can't be happening!
It totally is happening.
Soon a new world will come. One where mankind isn't held captive. The world will shine brightly as long as you hold hope in your hearts.
What's going to happen to you?
His death is going to be highly exaggerated.
Remember, there's no such thing as the real world.
The real world is all an illusion. It's all in your mind.
This is what gives the world infinite potential. Even if you feel that only darkness lies ahead, as long as you hold hands together, see it through as one, the world will never end. The world exists within all of you. Morgana. Mona. The Metanev. It's gone. The Mentos must have disappeared too. We can't see Mona anymore, can we?
Who knows?
It's fine. I already know the answer.
What are y'all so gloomy for? Mona would laugh at us for it.
Yeah, Mona's already laughing.
What about the public? Were we able to change their hearts?
I'm gonna be late for my date.
Nope.
All alone on Christmas, huh?
It's kinda hard to tell.
Aren't we going into the new year without a prime minister? Will this country be alright?
But there's no way we're getting Shido. There are tons of shady rumors about him, you know?
I wonder how things will go. I hope they go well. Let's believe in the adults. Sis promised us, after all.
From here on out,
Yep.
it's the prosecutor's job, huh?
If we can't enter the metaverse, that means we've been relieved of being phantom thieves.
Or so they think.
It's sad.
What did I just say? We gotta stop being so gloomy. Think about that insane ass we just kicked.
It was a big ass.
You're right. We should be celebrating with a victory toast.
Well, we're still high schoolers, so we can't really drink a real toast.
Oh, what if we tried something else? Like, what do athletes do after a win?
You mean a huddle? We could all circle up and give a victory shout together.
Sounds good. Except for the part where we're in the dead center of Shibuya, surrounded by tons of people.
What? You want to do it here and now?
Come on, Ryuji, get with the program.
That's asking a lot.
Disappointed. After all we've been through together, you've nothing left to lose with this.
Hey, speak for yourself. I've got tons of shit I could lose.
Such as?
Fine, let's get this over with. Everyone, put your hands in.
Don't you think this is a little too overt?
Yeah, can we hurry this up? I don't mind yelling, so long as we make it quick.
Well, this celebration is going great.
It's totally going great.
Whatever. Joker, you lead off with this.
It would only feel natural for you to take the charge.
When he gives our victory cry, we all follow with a super loud, yeah! Got it? All right, 1, 2... Yeah!
Nice. And no one noticed.
That actually made me feel a bit better. It's like everything's finally over.
You may be right there. The more I think about it, the more pressure I realize we were really under. I hope we can relax at least a little now.
It's chilly.
It's snowing.
Snowing.
No wonder it's cold.
Is this what they call a white Christmas?
It's still Christmas Eve. Christmas. I completely forgot about it.
Yeah, we'll be thinking about that in about 6 months and 13 days. Oh, excuse me, 15 days. 6 months and 13 days, that's a different day of importance for me.
Yeah, let's do that.
Hey, it'll be Christmas, so why don't we do a last celebration party?
I like the sound of that. There better not be anyone that's got plans already.
It's settled then.
What plans?
Make sure you
How could they have made
reserve
plans?
the store for the party. We will be counting on you. Well then, see you all again tomorrow.
I'm worried about Sojiro, so I'm gonna head home.
We should go home too.
And get a damn coat on. Yes, progress saved. Huh. Onward!
I didn't expect to find the world's savior alone on Christmas Eve.
Who says he's alone?
Can I talk to you for a minute? First off, thank you for taking my request. With your actions, I can only hope that public opinion changes. It will change, won't it? True. It was social reform on a scale no one has ever accomplished before. But I believe that it will.
Yeah, it was a major social reform.
To a variety of crimes. We can arrest him on those charges. The problem lies in proving him guilty. It'd be difficult unless the correlation between the metaverse and the mental shutdowns is made. I'll be blunt. I want you to turn yourself in to the police.
Excuse me?
Your testimony will be necessary in order to prove Shido guilty. However, that will mean placing you on center stage. You'll be treated as a hero who saved this country, but there's no way that the police or the public prosecutors will let that slide.
Right.
If you turn yourself into the police, you'll definitely be arrested. I'll close all the cases surrounding Shido. I intend to expose them all. It's to prevent society from becoming distorted again. That's what you want too, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It was like they get one Phantom Thief, but the rest are all heroes.
I'll ask you once more. I'd like for you to turn yourself into the police, of your own accord.
There's no need for that.
What do you mean, no need? What the hell is he doing here?
If they get their hands on the perpetrator, there'll be no need for him.
Isn't he dead?
No? To think I'd get to see you so surprised. Honestly, it's pretty satisfying.
Yeah.
You said
Something's wrong.
Just what do you mean by that?
Exactly as it sounds. I'll agree to testify against Shido and his crimes. I assume that works for you? That's right. I have no hidden agenda at this point.
Bullshit.
If I had to explain myself, I'd say it's simply personal principle that I repay my debts.
For the time being, at least, I'll take your word that you'll cooperate with the investigation.
That would save a lot of time.
I'm not believing it.
Forget everything I just told you. I'll take them in myself. I won't try to claim that everything will turn out perfectly for you, but I would bet this case will reach its natural conclusion. No, in fact, I swear that this will be properly settled.
Like Akechi's back. Something is truly wrong. Something is rotten in the state of Denmark. But Denmark's a country. I know what I said. What's Makoto saying? We can roll with that. We can definitely roll with that.
Sorry about this. I know it's a special day, but that's also why I wanted to see you. Honestly, you always have that charm ready. But
Yes.
thanks.
We try to be charming.
It's just about time for dinner, so why don't we find a place to eat? Okay, let's go. Oh, come to think of it, well, it is a cold Christmas Eve, so... Do you want to hold hands?
Like, she needs to ask.
I can't believe we couldn't find a single table. At least we can try to get a cake here, but even this place is so crowded. Thank you. I feel the same way. Wait, focus. We've got a cake to buy.
Well, it's time for cake.
We're going. It doesn't look like they have anything. Well, maybe we'd better find another place.
You're not in the market for a Christmas cake, are you?
Why, yes.
We are, actually.
Ah, fantastic! One of our orders was canceled last minute.
That's too convenient.
I guess it's your lucky night. So, do you want to buy it?
Well, if it's really all right, then yes, we'll take it.
Of course. Just wait one moment while I go prepare your order.
Anybody actually believe that to be the actual thing there?
Honestly, stunned. This kind of thing never happens, right?
Let's call it karma.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Like, suspicious.
It's so good. Right? Maybe it was a good thing all the restaurants turned us away. Oh, right. Here, before I forget, I got you a present.
A wristwatch.
I have to say, my life's gotten a lot more unpredictable since I met you, but we got through everything so far. And it's made me realize I wouldn't want it any other way.
Oh, who would?
I'd like this watch. Just in case we, lose track of time together. It's really nothing fancy, but I'm glad you like it. Oh, wait. Don't move.
Don't move? Makoto is staring.
You had some cream on your nose. How did that even get there?
Oops.
I usually don't laugh this much on Christmas, but I guess it's not just the holidays. Meeting you's helped me see so much humor, even excitement in the most trivial things. You helped me find so many new experiences beyond the life I'd known. Thank you for spending Christmas with me, and for loving me. Oh, you. Oh, look! It's so beautiful. Snow must have picked up after we got back. Coming back to LeBlanc really was the smart move. Now, we get to enjoy the view. I didn't
It's a
know
good
I'd
view.
be this happy. It almost doesn't feel real.
It's all real. Uh-huh.
You're right. It's just so different from how things used to be. Hey, it's getting pretty bad out there. This much snow is bound to stop the train schedules. Hope you don't mind, but I'll be staying a little longer.
Ship it. Get your fanfiction pencils ready. Ah. Christmas Day.
Akechi did what?
Akechi's alive?
The police. Sis told me yesterday. He's admitted to being the perpetrator behind the recent cases.
And he's doing the right thing.
So he's alive.
Unfortunately.
He survived and owned up to what he did.
Well, I feel it's for the best. If Akechi-kun is alive and he can atone for his crimes, that's not a bad turn of events.
Right. Ain't that all stuff to be happy about?
Mm-hmm. It's Christmas. We should enjoy the day to our heart's content.
I approve. Let everyone be merry to the max.
Married to the max.
I'm the one who should be giving permission, you know.
It's
Well,
Futaba's world. We just live in it.
overboard. I guess you can go ahead and cut loose today.
Hell yeah! Merry Christmas!
He didn't hear a word of that. Fine.
That looks delicious.
Oh my. This is quite a sight.
Yes, it's food.
I'm going to be entirely honest. I wasn't able to bring a dish.
Yusuke, you're
Instead,
broke.
leave the dishwashing duties to me. I'll make sure they turn out beautifully immaculate.
Why don't we all just clean up together?
Wait, that's the same dialogue from before.
I brought that marinated seafood.
That's super good.
It may not be to everyone's tastes, but I brought that cheese plate.
That is exactly how we've seen this before.
It smells like dirty socks. Oh. Oh, but it tastes great.
Thank goodness.
It can't be a coincidence.
Oh, is this a croquembouche? It's so cute.
I made that all by myself.
The reason why
Some cream puffs and
I am kind of like confused by this is because at the last major party, this is exactly how it went.
Truly has us beat.
But then, who brought this box over here?
Ooh, this looks like more sweets. Not mine, by the way.
Me? Kinda?
Ryuji brought sweets?
Ryuji and sweets.
Sweets.
Hey, what are you guys getting at?
It was just a bit unexpected is all. I had expected something along the lines of meat. For some reason, chicken comes to mind when I think of you.
Rude.
Ryuji, chicken. I'm sorry. I didn't mean that in any sort of comparative way.
Please don't keep going. It just hurts even more.
You're not chicken at all.
Did you hear what I just said?
Nope, we totally ignored him apparently.
Don't get all depressed. Everyone's here to party.
Everyone. Oh. Mona-chan. I was trying my best not to mention it, but it's hard to avoid. If only Mona could be here with us.
Someone call for me?
What the hell is he doing
We were
alive?
just talking about... Huh?
Wait, what? No way! I thought you disappeared!
Looks like the only me that disappeared was the one in the metaverse.
So, you stayed in reality as a cat?
When I woke up, I was out in Shibuya looking like this.
Really?
Back here right away, but it took a surprising amount of time.
He had to walk.
You were coming back.
He's normally carried.
We were so worried.
Yes, we were.
Well, I brought my own surprise back too. I brought some fried chicken. This doesn't have anything
Fried
to do with
chicken
it.
sounds good.
Any room left on the table?
There's multiple
There's
booths.
our chief for ya.
Talk about everything falling into place.
And place falling into.
Come on, let's get started. We're gonna party to celebrate our hard work and my grand return.
Don't push your luck.
Party after. Things are finally back to normal.
Now everyone really is here.
Here, try these sweets. The ones I brought.
Morgana is back. Whoops. A splendid picture.
Nice. Hey.
The celebration was real. Yes, save game. Excuse me. Wow, time skip. Soba noodles sounds delicious. She'll be thrilled.
A year-end party, huh? I'm already excited. Oh, let's invite Yoshizawa right away.
Indeed. No, I'm probably like one of the few people that really can't do the whole one thing thumb thing here. I've always had the phone in my left hand and like that.
Thank you for inviting me. Although, I admit I feel a bit like I'm intruding.
There's no need for modesty. After all we've been through, there are no strangers here.
Yeah, you really helped him out too.
In that case, I'll accept your offer.
Yo, I really can't stop staring at that thing you're wearing.
Yes, that thing around his neck.
So it's caught your eye as well. It happened to catch mine while I was strolling through the city. I bought it for myself as a reward for the end of the year. What do you think about the scarf?
Yeah, it looks great on you.
Thank you. Your compliment is music to my ears.
I prefer a super long scarf.
This fashion chat is fine and all, but if you don't dig into that soba soon, it's gonna get soggy on you.
Ah, yes. My apologies. Thank you for the food.
It's chow time.
So good.
Sakura-san, you made these noodles yourself, right?
Yes,
They're
he did.
Amazing. You could open a soba restaurant.
Oh, thanks. I made a little too much, so if anyone wants a refill.
Seconds, please.
You'll have thirds.
You eat a lot more than I'd assumed you do, Yoshizawa-san.
Yeah, she's an athlete.
I don't know if that fully explains what's happening here.
Senpai, don't kid them so much. My appetite's totally normal.
Breaking news on our top story. After nearly 2 weeks of silence, the prosecutor's office is planning to move forward with the biggest case of the year. They have announced that they will move forward in the charging of Representative Shido for his confessed crimes.
Good.
It's finally happening.
I was planning on telling all of you about this a little later. This case is all thanks to a certain man's testimony.
Yes, Akechi's.
But I can at least share this one piece of good news with you.
And that news is?
And that would be?
The woman involved in his false charge case has finally come forward and provided her testimony. I can't say for certain yet, but his criminal record may very well be overturned.
Really?
For real?
For real?
Congratulations, Senpai.
Of course, this is highly confidential. Got it?
It's the most high of confidentials.
Looks like we really will be having a happy new year.
This is incredible. It's an actual real-life good ending.
And after that, the 2-hour New Year's special of Tokyo Vice. A thrilling tale, jam-packed with some of the network's
Tokyo Vice anything like Miami Vice?
I'll never give up.
I've been seeing this guy on TV all the time lately.
Oh yeah, he's a model turned actor. With a figure like that, I can see how he's gotten so popular.
So he's popular, eh? If I were more like that human, maybe Lady Ann would...
Oh dear, good.
Winding down to its final moments, let's take a look at how people are spending it all across the country.
Now that I'm thinking about it, a hell of a lot sure did happen this year.
Right? It's like, how many years of our lives did we actually live through this year?
1.
I doubt we'll experience anything
Multiple if you count
similar to
the
it
things where we nearly
Well, this
died
is
under
just from
normal
my point of view,
circumstances.
but I really hope that's the case.
And I guess starting next year, we'll just be good boys and girls at school.
If that's the case, then I assume you'll be able to handle your summer break homework on your own, right?
Please don't go there, Senpai.
I don't think I see that happening.
Okay, that's a
Fine, fine. Can't do it alone. I mean, what do I even do as an honor student?
So much has happened over the past 12 months, but in the end, we got to spend it together like this. I want to believe that this was a great year for us.
Technically it was.
I don't have any proof, but I feel like next year's gonna be even better for us.
I feel the exact same way. How strange.
Very strange.
Well, that's only natural, considering how pleased we are with our end-of-year celebration.
Young people have been gathering in Shibuya all day for the big countdown at midnight, and this crowd is...
I really don't want to get going, but it seems like it's time.
See you next year, right?
Next year? Sojiro! Osechi time! Get those New Year's dishes ready! Chop chop! And don't forget the black beans!
Osechi time?
Yeah, I hear ya. If I start prepping the beans now, they'll be ready by the morning. Don't worry about the food. You just go have a good night's sleep.
All right. Last year's end seems only yesterday. It was yesterday.
Hey, don't tell this to the others, okay?
Tell them what?
Even after I disappeared, I was still vaguely conscious.
He was?
Being separated from all of you was really scary.
He was even scared of being away from Ryuji?
I wanted to come home to you guys. That's why I'm so glad I was able to come back here. Yeah. Thanks. Well, it's pretty late. Let's get to sleep. I know I've said this before, but I hope we keep sticking together like this.
Stick together. Like glue. At least that entire hour went by without a hitch. Where am I?
Class will be dismissed momentarily. Class will be dismissed momentarily.
Momentarily, the class will be dismissed. Skip that. Looks like the school. Alright, folks, let me do a BRB restroom break. Room of rest.
It's over 9,000!
Indeed it is.
You're open! My people, ready, ready!
Got him! Woo!
The battle has finished. Only the victor may proceed.
There we go.
In the midst of the battle, Junkenstein's most powerful ally appeared.
My servants never die.
It's Dr. Junkenstein had made a bargain with the witch. And the gunslinger felt
Oh boy.
even one as twisted as the Witch of the Wilds.
Yeah. It's over here. Nothing. Groovy.
Fist of penitence.
1, 2, 3. And back.
Get awesome results at track meets alongside everyone else on the team, and eventually I'd get a hold of some scholarships for college to make things easier for my mom.
That's Ryuji's voice. It's a butterfly. We shall follow the butterfly.
I would have gotten to enjoy my time in high school with Shiho.
Chase the butterfly. Chase it.
My sister's been supporting the family. It's unrealistic to demand any more of her. I'm helping Okumura Foods grow, with my father watching over me.
These are like the confessions of the Phantom Thieves. Still haven't accepted it. Still haven't accepted what? What could it have all mean?
Good morning.
Yes, he was asleep. How do you know? Yeah, we kind of remember that.
I'm so happy.
We're already looking forward to it. So we've entered into the Royale portion of this. Yes, we're up, Shojiro. No, we're rather attached to our hands here.
Sorry to make work your first activity in the new year. Oh, that reminds me. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to the boss.
Continue getting along with Futaba and myself.
We're especially grateful you're open today. You know how everything on TV for New Year's is the same old, same old.
Yeah.
Say, boss, don't you have any plans for this morning?
I could cook some up, so long as you serve yourself everything and pay your bill on the way out.
Ah, right. Can't exactly make plans when you've already got customers.
Yeah, good point there.
How about you, young man? Are you going to the shrine for the new year?
That's a wise choice.
Happy New Year. That's what you say today, right? Nice meeting you too. Wait, what are you talking about? Are you still half asleep or something?
That's suspicious.
What bam?
Bam wham.
Good sharp.
So sharp you can cut you a...
Absolutely lovely, Futaba-chan.
I picked it out with my mom.
Wait, what?
Sorry, I don't want to be late to the shrine. More showing off comes later. Well, time to make like a tree.
Wait, what? Something ain't right here.
What do you think we should do?
Well, perhaps we don't need to go this year. We don't have any more wishes that need granting.
Maybe it did?
What's up? Did you have plans for today or something?
Yeah.
Oh, come on, you should have just said as much then. I'll be fine here, so off you go. Have fun. Oh, but it's pretty cold out there, so don't forget to dress warm so you don't catch a bug.
Yes. Bug catching is stylish. Yeah, where the hell is Morgana? And who's this dude with the Morgana, same color as Morgana's eyes? Totally suspicious.
Senpai!
Hi, Sin. Oh, it's all bouncy.
Do I look weird?
He doesn't say much.
Short notice. I couldn't send you a New Year's card, so here we are. Well, shall we? I wonder why. There aren't many people here at all. It's really unexpected.
Everyone's hung
I
over.
almost prefer the usual crowd.
Man, the end of the year was just a few hours ago.
Believe it or don't, only 364 days until the next one. That is true, but...
I know I'm gonna use the wrong year for a while.
Well, I have an idea. New Year's party tonight to help switch gears? Huh? Didn't expect you two here.
Yes. There's, who's going to be the first person to ask about Morgana not being there?
How many coincidences can there be in one day?
Plenty.
And a good morn unto you all. I haven't seen you in absolute ages.
We were hanging out just yesterday.
Oh, I guess we all had plans to drop by here first thing today, huh?
That would explain what led us to the shrine, but to this spot at the exact same time?
Yeah.
Incredible happenstance.
Totally incredible.
But due to this fortuitous turn of fate, I am able to witness this mesmerizing sight. truly the embodiment of Japanese beauty.
What are you doing?
Hands off.
Senpai? Just ignore him. It's like a fit he gets into sometimes.
So, what do you want
It's
to
like
do?
a,
after
it's like
this?
a
If we've got
tick.
time for it, why don't we grab something to eat together?
I'm sorry, I'll be heading out with my family once we're finished here.
I have somewhere to be as well.
Me too. I'll be dining with my father somewhere.
What?
Sales with my mom.
Well, looks like you're all busy. And maybe I should hit up the track team and see what they're up to.
Ooh, I'll get in touch with Shiho.
Huh.
Plans yet.
No one's making any sense here.
Well, I guess we'll all just go do our own thing then.
See you later.
Looks like it's just us now. Oh, I was wondering earlier, what did you wish for at the shrine, Senpai?
And to stay healthy.
Now there's a classic wish, but I think it's a wonderful choice. Me? Well... Oh, I'm sorry. It's from my dad. He's telling me that some relatives have come over to the house, so I have to go home and spend some time with them.
That sucks.
He decided to come all the way out to the station to get me. My family's kind of serious about their get-togethers.
Go hang out soon.
I'm really sorry. I was the one who invited you here and everything.
At least we know something is very, 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 very wrong. Incredibly wrong.
Dad!
You should hold on to your sleeve. That is your dress kimono, after all. Who do we have here? I believe this is our first time meeting.
This is my senpai. The one I told you about before. My senpai who's done so much for me.
Oh, so you're her senpai.
Yes.
My daughter talks about you all the time.
And she gave you those glasses.
Not all the time.
Nearly 99% of the
Is
time.
that not so? I was told you picked these out for me too. I know it's pretty late for it, but thank you all the same.
Dad wears them all the time, even at work.
I'm quite the fan of them.
Sure.
Well, shall we get going?
What?
Something wrong?
Something totally wrong.
No, nothing. Well then, senpai, please excuse us.
Yeah, so Morgana's missing. People are alive that should be dead. Things are certainly wrong here. That's a great picture there. Of course, he's going to have be thinking up some good dreams. I feed a hawk and eggplant in that order. Brute force a dream. Well, you can try. Shouldn't we ask about where's Morgana? Something is wrong, clearly. Clearly something is wrong. Somebody's breathing on our face. The fuck?
What's up? Who am I? Hey, you've been acting kinda weird since yesterday. What's going on?
Are you two still sleeping? Your lunch is gonna pull a vanishing act if you don't come down soon.
Who's that?
Ooh. Oh, you can go on ahead. I'll be down in a sec.
These beans are the best.
Beans, a magical fruit.
Shaped and so shiny. Looks like your recipes have reached housewife level quality. You trying to get hitched sometime soon?
Thanks, but no.
I
Hey,
should-
come join us.
Should have grabbed a bottle of water, a fresh bottle, when I took that restroom break.
Good morning.
Have we met?
Oh, is this your first gag of the new year?
Drunk on the spirit of the new year already, huh?
I'll warn you not to try any pranks with Wakaba. It'll only blow up in your
Gotta love little Futaba's little scythe shimmy.
You know me too well.
Wakaba, your work and your kid were so fulfilling for you. Why'd you have to die so suddenly?
Yeah. But she's no longer dead.
What's up? Not feeling so good?
He's been like this since yesterday.
Morning, Mona.
Morning. Do you think there's enough Osechi for me to join you?
Morgana.
Was that a question? Of course I'm me. Seriously, are you alright?
Something is definitely wrong here.
Okay, that's enough joking around for now. Go ahead and grab a seat. I bet you're just hungry.
Thank you for the food. I can't remember the last time I actually got to relax and enjoy myself on a New Year's like this.
Probably before your brain was shattered by
Only I have
Akechi.
something to cap off this meal. Like a cup of coffee?
Boy, that was a subtle request.
Oh, does anybody want dessert with their coffee? I'll go pick it up. My treat. You want a Mont Blanc, right, Mom?
Oh, how kind. Thank you.
All right, I shall return.
Be careful.
Uh-huh.
What's the matter?
Akechi.
Sorry, we haven't opened for the day yet.
My apologies. I merely wish to speak with him for a moment.
Why don't you go and get some fresh air with him? I'll stand guard over your dessert for you.
You say that now, but when he gets back and his dessert's gone, I'm pretty sure he'll suspect it was an inside job.
It's always an inside job.
I can definitely see that happening with Mona on guard duty.
Hey, come on, guys.
Sorry.
I guess I'll start the coffee.
You know, don't you? We have to discuss this. That's right. Just like you seem to be. Come on.
Something seems totally wrong here. The wrongness of wrongs. Hiding out in the laundry room.
Let's try to sort through this situation.
Why are you here?
That seems as good a place to begin as
Yeah,
any.
like it's a good.
Last year, I turned myself into the police as the perpetrator of the serial psychotic breakdown incidents. Your memory of this is still intact, correct?
Yeah, but how are you alive?
Ah, yes. So, my final enemy is a puppet version of myself. We have greater concerns right now. In fact, I'm a bit offended you think so little of me that you expected me to be dead. Perhaps the most confusing part of my story comes post-detainment. Obviously, I was thoroughly interrogated about my involvement in Shido's case.
Yes.
For some reason, after questioning, I was suddenly released. No explanation whatsoever.
They let you walk?
Yes, I was acquitted of all charges. It's absolutely preposterous.
Yeah, considering.
More than that, it should be impossible for them to release a confessing suspect after only a brief interrogation. But what's even more unbelievable to me is...
Wakaba.
That's right. Wakaba Ishiki. I can't
Alive.
believe she's been brought back to life. For the time being, you seem to be the only one who's still in their right frame of mind. I should get to the point.
Point must be gotten to.
Let's say we join forces on this.
But what will we do?
I want to investigate what exactly is happening here. I'm fairly certain you wish to find out the same thing, no?
Well, he ain't wrong.
For the time being, you and I share the same goal. To solve this problem, don't you agree that it'd be safer for us to partner up?
Yeah, the situation is bizarre.
Have you made up your mind? Well, first I need information. Can you tell me what happened after parting ways with me in Shido's palace?
Well, we kicked ass and took names.
I see. Though some abnormalities appeared immediately, the most glaring ones arrived after the new year. And all of the Phantom Thieves, with you as the sole exception, are living in this altered reality without even realizing it. Go ahead.
Senpai, it's Yoshizawa. I'm in Odaiba right now, and,
Calm down.
I don't really understand what I'm seeing, but I'm just going to describe it to you. It's that building. It's really faint, but I can see that palace thing that Morgana-senpai mentioned a while ago. Senpai, I know this is sudden, but could you come to Odaiba right away?
Seems like a good idea.
I understand. I'll see you soon.
That was Yoshizawa-san's voice, wasn't it?
Yes, what will you...
Never say the word palace.
Yeah, she spotted one.
Despite not being in the metaverse. You're planning to meet up with Yoshizawa-san, right? I'll join you. We're all but guaranteed to find a clue there.
Sounds like a plan.
We've made ourselves a new deal. You wouldn't turn me down, would you?
Got a choice? Looks like the plot's advancing.
Senpai! And... Akechi-san?
Yeah, aren't you dead?
To be together when he got your call. First a dead woman returns, and now a palace appears. How intriguing.
Akechi-san, you know about palaces?
Yeah, he's killed a few people in
What's the
palaces.
situation if I told you that I have the same powers he has?
Really? Does that mean you're also...
Allow me to stop you there. I'm not a part of the Phantom Thieves.
Nah, we wouldn't allow him in.
However, since you've already grasped the concept, it's clear to me that you're a fellow Persona user.
You can tell him.
Yes, I can use a persona as well. I'm not a part of the Phantom Thieves either, though. I just so happened to slip into this palace with him and Morgana-senpai a while ago. But what could be the meaning behind its appearance here? I just happened to be passing by on my way home when I came across it.
Since nobody else is making a scene about it, I assume others aren't able to see it. Or they see it, but it doesn't evoke any real reaction in them.
Yes, that's exactly it. I asked some people in the area, and none of them seemed to care at all about its appearance.
Uh-huh.
Rather than simply hypothesize out here, we may be better off taking immediate action.
Yes, into the palace.
I mean, We should go into the palace?
Yes, there's malice at the
Not only
palace.
has a palace manifested in reality, but this is the only one visible to us. I realize I have no proof, but it's highly likely that this is related to our current incomprehensible situation. Wouldn't it be more efficient to just go inside and see what we can learn?
Yeah, he ain't
That is,
wrong.
if we have the means to do so. Oh, it's...
Back.
I thought it was gone for good, but it looks like we've regained access to the nav.
I have it as well.
Is there a search history?
Search history. How do I check? Ah, there's one search in the log, but
There's an entry in the search history, but I can't read whose palace it is.
Ugh. The name portion of the entry has been censored somehow. Could this be the doing of the palace's ruler?
More than
does that
likely.
mean we can't enter the palace?
Well, we do have the search history, so it should be possible to infiltrate it anyway.
If you're going in, would you be willing to bring me with you? I can't put my finger on it, but something's been bothering me about this place ever since we first entered it. I promise I won't slow you down.
No, if anything, we'll be trying to keep up with her.
That settles it.
All right, let's do it.
Back into the hole.
Now that I'm getting a second look here, I've noticed just how mysterious this place is. What could this building even be?
It depends on what the palace's ruler thinks of the place. We'll likely find that out if we keep pushing forward.
Is that so?
Yep.
By the way,
What's the matter?
well, I'm not sure how to put it.
Oh, look, your true outfit.
True outfit?
Oh, you mean this old thing?
Yes.
Yoshizawa-san aside, there's no reason for me to uphold the pretense of a righteous, sincere detective prince. Enough chatting. Let's move out.
I should write something.
All right, so we're into another palace here, and
Oh, it's a treasure chest!
it's a box.
I have something.
We went in through that door.
Now, let us depart.
You must be so happy.
Focus.
We go up even higher. We climb. Definitely different from last time. Become happy. Oh. I could have just gone through that door.
I can feel it.
Really? Yeah, let's break stuff.
Those geysers. You aren't among those who desire salvation.
Nope. We have business here.
You are unwanted intruders. Do not disturb our Lord's research. This world's salvation.
Great, another megalomaniac to deal
Language of
with.
a shadow is a hint into its ruler's ideology. This one sounds rather cultish, for example. Sorry, but we're going to pass through there now. We don't have the time to waste on peons like yourself.
Oh, he ain't wrong.
Willingly strive for self-suffering. Why are you reaching out to your own pain?
Yoshizawa-san, you can do this, right?
Yes. Ready whenever.
It'll be too much trouble to go about this haphazardly. I'll provide the support. Look at this scum pile up. Fine by me. Time for a blow.
Ketchy's a bit of a psycho.
It's been quite a while. Nothing gets me quite as excited as this.
Akechi-san!
Now, time to obliterate them.
Alright.
Okay, this won't be so easy. Persona! To me, Loki! Piece of shit.
Language.
Persona!
Go down.
Persona! Sundreon!
They're all on the ground. Crush them!
All out attack.
Slice and dice!
Well, they're dead.
Too late to be sorry.
I think we handled that rather well, didn't we?
Yep.
Especially considering the last-minute arrangement of our team and all. Yoshizawa-san?
You're a bit stressed.
Yes. So that shadow, it said something about research, and also something about pain.
It mentions salvation as well. All this seems to indicate that the palace's ruler is not in his or her right mind.
That's a problem. The ruler is in their right mind.
I seem to have found a map to this place. Let's make good use of it.
So I've only shared pleasantries with Akechi-san. Would you say this is how he normally is? Like a ruthless sort of person?
Yep, this is his normal.
I see.
What say we save the idle chatter for later and keep moving? Unless teaming up with a ruthless sort of person is too much for you to handle.
Looks like we're busted.
Yep, totally busted.
It's somewhere.
I hope you'll always be happy.
Ready for examinations. Examine this.
I can feel it. I'll reveal your true form.
Might as well.
They let their guard down.
This one's ours.
They'll pay for it with their lives. These pipsqueaks can't tolerate blast attacks. You know this enemy is a sad little weakling. Let's put it out of its misery.
Let's go.
Skaha! Ravage them! Joker took one down. Yo, keep it going.
Now. Dance, Persona. This is my soul. Flawless.
Victory.
We didn't even break a sweat.
Okay.
Let's keep this pace going.
I can see it.
Looks like there's a safe room around here.
A room of safeness.
It's a safe room.
Let's do it.
Now, let us depart.
I'll reveal your true form.
We've got them surrounded. This enemy is a sad little weakling. Let's put it out of its misery.
Form Lion God. Let's see. Well,
Black Rider. Axterius Figaro. You're mine.
Fine.
well, that did not work out.
Persona. Victory is ours. You're still up.
Persona!
Weak to curse attacks.
Flawless.
Well, we figured that one out.
We didn't even break a sweat. All right. The opposition is gone. Let's proceed. It's a
It's a chest. All right, so in we go.
what?
That voice. Look. No way.
That's Kasumi's father.
Everyone will be arriving soon.
Mom, Grandma. Yes, she'll be here too. I'm sure she'll be here once she's able to calm down. Why? Why?
Dad? Why?
That was your father in the video just now, wasn't it, Yoshizawa-san?
Yes, it
And the one
was.
he was speaking to.
Sumire, my younger sister. Sumire Yoshizawa. I mentioned to you that I've lost a family member, right?
Yes.
How was this video? I'm sorry. I don't know what's been wrong with me lately. I've been getting this feeling like I need to remember something, but at the same time, I oughtn't remember it.
Remember, but don't remember.
Can you still walk, Yoshizawa-san? Whatever it is that's happening, we have to keep going if we hope to learn more about it.
Yes, I'm all right. Let's go.
Hey.
What?
When was it that you said you became acquainted with Yoshizawa-san?
After transferring?
I see. Anyway, let's move out. I suspect we still have a long way to go.
I can see it.
Well, make aware of crossing around.
This place is enormous. What could this room be?
The heart of the cards?
You seem to be in pain again. Are you all right?
I'm fine. It's just that I can't stop thinking about that
Yes,
video.
the video was a clue.
You mean the one about Sumire-san?
Yes. Let's keep pushing. I need to find out why that was shown to me.
All right.
You were misguided.
Are we misguided?
Search for pain. Only tragedy awaits you beyond here.
A newcomer.
A comer of new.
Warnings of
Phrasing.
pain and tragedy. Who is your ruler? Why do you all think you know so much about me? If you won't give me an answer, then I'll just force my way through.
She's aggressive. Yeah, nice shot there.
Just calm down.
Oh, I'm sorry.
This is it. Time your attacks with mine.
Right.
Brute force won't do anything here. They're resistant to physical attacks.
Persona! This is my soul!
Let's get this over with.
I'll break them. Lucky bastard.
Let's go.
Give me this back.
Skaha!
Well, so much for trying to find a weakness.
Such a fool, rejecting our Lord's mercy. In that case, witness it for yourself.
Now what? Oh wow, the crowd is going wild.
Wild is going mild.
Their cheers are shaking the stadium to welcome a new heroine to the world of competitive gymnastics. Huh? Thank you so much. I'm simply thrilled with the results I had today. Your performance exceeded anything seen before in the junior class. It was absolutely stunning.
How stunning.
But you'll be entering high school soon. Will that impact your career in gymnastics? Oh, I have no intentions of stopping. It's my dream to compete and win at the international level. How wonderful.
Wonderful how?
One last question. Is there anyone you'd like to give a shout out while you have the chance? My younger sister. She should be here in the stadium. What? Oh, there she is! Sumire!
Well, there's a plot twist.
Both of us have the same dream, to be international champions. Stop. Let's make it come true, Sumire. Together! Stop it!
She remembers.
Yoshizawa-san, you're...
I really hope this helped you understand.
It's Maruki.
Man's voice.
If you keep pushing on like this, you're going to find nothing but heartache. Please, won't you stop fighting this and just return to the current reality?
Nothing but heartache, huh? I don't understand what you're saying, but I have no intention of leaving now.
We are in agreement there. We also refuse to do as you say.
Yeah.
Now why don't you drop the big voice behind the curtain act and face us directly?
Yes, bring it on.
As you wish. Head on down. I'll meet you there.
He agreed to that much more readily than I expected. Perhaps the palace's ruler really will make his appearance.
We'll see. She's not Kasumi.
Thanks for your concern. But I'm fine, really. Let's go.
Kasumi Yoshizawa, eh?
Yes, everything is not as they seem. Go ahead and break that. Yeah, let's break stuff.
It's somewhere. Show me your true form. Let's go. Scratch. He didn't see us at all. This enemy is a sad little weakling. Let's put it out of its misery.
Killer Teddy Bell weakness.
Calm down.
Do, 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 do. Weak against Nuke. Overkill.
Okay.
Can you tell if I've grown stronger? Is he this this palace is...
It's been quite a while, hasn't it?
Dr. Maruki!
Glad to see you're all doing well. I
Kill him.
figured that you would end up infiltrating this place. Truth be told, this isn't how I was hoping we would meet again.
Dr. Maruki, you're the ruler of this palace?
Yes, he is.
A place where distorted desires manifest. We're asking if you're the source of the desires here.
Ah, I see.
Does he see?
To use your own words, yes. I am this palace's ruler.
All right, time to kill him.
It seems a tad different from the ones you've seen.
Would we also be correct in believing that you're involved in the abnormalities outside the palace as well?
Yes, he is.
You would. Do you like the reality I created for you?
You created it?
That's right. I have gained the power to alter reality, to make it whatever the people wish for.
Hey, you back.
Is that how you really feel? The old reality was cruel and unfair. The truth is, Yoshizawa-san suffers immense pain each and every time she taps into her forgotten past.
My... past? Dr. Maruki? What do you mean? What's happened
He
to
tampered with her cognition.
Alright. I had honestly hoped that all those warnings you were given would change your minds. But if it's your true desire, then I want you to recall who you really are. And I want you two to learn as well. Once you have, you'll need to choose between the two realities. The merciless one, or the one I've formed.
Three, two, one.
That's... Today was brutal, huh? Oh. Feeling okay? It's not that. Why am I doing so bad? I keep messing up my routine.
Your growth spurts just changed your eye level. You'll get used to it. Look, you're as tall as I am now.
We practice the same amount. But you're the one who always gets first place. I can't catch up to you, Kasumi.
You know why? Because it's my right as the elder sister.
We're in
Rude.
the same grade, though.
Oh, don't be so down. We'll reach the top of the world together. That's our dream, right?
You don't get it. Huh? You'll never understand how I feel.
What?
Kasumi, if I were like you, things would be so much better.
Hey, wait up!
Kasumi's the one that people want.
Look where you're going! The light's red! Hey!
Oh.
The talented one who can reach the top of the world.
Sumire, stop! Listen to me! Sumire!
Wow. So we kind of see where things totally went bonkers here.
Kasumi.
Well, the truth has come out, huh?
Seems you remembered.
That's right. I'm... Kasumi? No, that's not right. I'm not Kasumi.
The girl named Kasumi Yoshizawa is currently deceased.
Got ran over by a car.
It was last spring, before I started at Shujin. We were walking home from practice. It happened right there, on that street in the video. I wasn't looking where I was going. And Kasumi, she protected me from the car. I was saved by Kasumi. I robbed her of her dreams, and even her life. I'm her younger sister, Sumire Yoshizawa.
Dun dun dun.
After all, I do play a part in this story. Her real name is Sumire Yoshizawa.
Yes, we can understand that.
Kasumi-san's younger sister, but for months now, she's only seen herself as being Kasumi Yoshizawa, her deceased elder sister. Of course, it was only her cognition of herself that changed, so to the people around her, she was still Sumire-san. For some reason, though, there were a few rare exceptions to this. Did something happen to make you believe she was Kasumi-san?
Ah. The pocketbook that was found.
It appears you were clueless, but she was Sumire Yoshizawa from the start. However, when we watched that other video, she gave her name as Kasumi Yoshizawa. Considering such an odd claim, I'd actually suspected for a moment that she was the palace ruler.
After Kasumi died, but before I started at Shujin, I received counseling from Dr. Maruki.
Yeah.
That was when I told him.
Bad
If
counseling.
Kasumi is gone and can't make her dream come true, then I want to become Kasumi, so I can turn her dream into reality for her.
So that's why you meddled with her cognition? For her own wishes?
That's right, limited as it was. I already had the power at the time to actualize her wish. Put yourselves in her shoes for a moment.
Jerk.
Sumire-san's
He's a
older
jerk.
sister died from protecting her. Imagine surviving such a dismal tragedy. Who would be able to cope with that survivor's guilt, let alone heal from the emotional scarring that she suffered? If Sumire-san can live a healthy, positive life by becoming Kasumi-san, then I believe that reality is what would make her happy.
I've had enough of your high and mighty
I was.
rationalization.
This is the first time I catch you said anything relevant.
Try and make everyone acknowledge the validity
Maruki is Cybok from Star Trek V: The Final Frontier. There's a reference for you.
Of course I wanted society to acknowledge cognitive science through my research. But that's because my goal is to save everyone in the world like Yoshizawa-san by ending all suffering. My work will convert the wishes of the people into reality. Even as we speak, my research is coming to fruition. No one will ever have to suffer again under the yoke of an unfair world. This palace, you called it? It's a place where its ruler's desires take physical form, yes? I wish to utilize my research to save humanity. I suppose that would be the desire I hold dearest.
What total nonsense.
You could very well be right. Still, I'm entirely serious about changing our imperfect reality. Just as she was saved by becoming Kasumi, I'll save every other person in the world currently suffering. In fact, it's my responsibility to do so. You can see how this world's bestowed the duty upon me.
And what happens to the old reality?
I don't know for certain. It'll most likely be treated as if it never existed. The cruel reality.
And considering what we just went through,
and the reality I generate will be the sole world recognized by society.
You assume we'll buy into your brainwashing and just live in the palm of your hand. Honestly, that sounds absolutely revolting.
Alright, so that's your answer, Akechi-kun. How about the others? Yoshizawa-san, allow me to ask you yet again, which reality is it that you wish to inhabit?
Huh?
If you so desire, you can return to your life as Sumire. But if you'd rather continue your life as Kasumi, I can grant that wish for you as well.
Dr. Maruki...
Believe in yourself, girl.
It's impossible. I'm sorry, Senpai. I can't go back to being her.
Good.
I can't be the one who led her sister to her death.
Oh, not good.
Please don't judge her. This is just evidence of how painful life is for her. You two sensed doubts forming in the reality I manifested. That's what brought you here. But please, remember this as well. You two aren't excluded from the people that I wish to save. Come now. Won't you accept my reality for your own happiness?
Oh, hell no.
No deal so far, huh?
No deal at all. Bright lights.
What do you think you're doing with her?
I won't harm her. It's in her best interest that you turn back.
What a jerk.
You've made clear that you reject the reality she desires. The reality where she lives as Kasumi Yoshizawa.
This is wrong, sir.
It saddens me when you speak that way. Don't you understand? You deny her wishes when you say such things.
Her wishes, huh?
This isn't just for her. I'm doing all of this for yourselves as well.
And if you believe that,
I honestly
then I weigh
do
a
want
buck
to come to
40.
terms with you. We should talk. Think about it. You both have dreams, no? I have the power to make them come true. My reality can become just the way you like.
Total waste of my time.
A shame, but I understand.
Well then, we just have to resort to force now, don't we?
Violence is not my thing.
But it is his, apparently.
I agree, though. It seems we're out of options here.
Uh-huh.
Time to fight. Are you ready?
Do we got a choice?
Then don't embarrass me.
All right.
Rejecting our lord.
Disgusting. We're not here to listen to your bullshit. So this is fear. Persona. Okay. This won't be so easy. Persona!
Calm down.
So...
Some other way. Who thought that would hit me? Stop shaking.
Oh, we're looking to see here.
I'll break them. Persona! Go down.
Now we're just being hammered here.
Persona! Skaha! All right. No time for thanks.
The evil touch.
I'll break them. Piece of shit.
All right, that doesn't work.
Ravage them. You thought that would hit me? Persona! Persona! Come! Gabriel! Go down!
A shocking development there. Well, that went wrong.
Such pathetic attempts won't be enough. How's this?
This freak just won't go down.
No mercy.
We're about to lose a lot of...
Accept his mercy. Give yourselves over to him.
Would you just quit running your mouth already? Joker, I'm going to shut that thing up. Give me a hand. You'll pay.
Well, showtime.
Let's go.
Well, look at this. Akechi's losing his fucking mind. Again.
Like you. Not bad for an improvised technique.
Well, we got to saw it.
Shall we continue this? I'm fairly certain any further negotiating is pointless.
That seems to be the case, unfortunately. But first, I have an idea. Rather than explain it with words, I'd like you to actually see this new reality with your own eyes. I know that your friends are already enjoying it. That I cannot do. As I said before, she wishes to live in the reality where she is Kasumi. There's no way I can hand her over to you with matters as they currently are. I already told you that I won't harm her, and I'll swear by it.
He's gonna
Don't
swear?
harm her. Go. Look at the reality I've created for you all. Once you've seen the results, I know you'll realize which future is best.
You think we'll just obey your orders?
I apologize, but you really are going through with this, even if it's by force. We'll meet again 1 week from today, January 9th.
9th of January.
I genuinely pray that you'll change your mind by then.
He got away. way. We shouldn't chase him too far. Let's say we head back for now.
We head back to where we once belonged.
I had spent all that time investigating the people around you so I could set you up. To think, Takuto Maruki of all people would be the mastermind behind this absurd situation. And he happens to be warping the very fabric of reality while ranting about making everyone's dreams come true. Talk about incomprehensible motives. I can't even wrap my head around such intentions. At any rate, we need to figure out our next steps. I think it'd be suicide to march back in there at the moment.
Would it?
We need intel first. If we're going to stand up to him, we have to know more than nothing. I'll do some
We know
investigating
something.
on my own. I hate that we have to do what he says, but Maruki told
But
us
there's
we
a
have
bit
to
of
wait
irony
until
to that,
the
considering how
Let's
the
meet up here
November.
next week. Although I imagine both our lives would be very different if you choose to live in this reality as your friends have been.
Here's the May. Next save point, I'm going to take a snack break. Grab a snack and a fresh bottle of water as well. Yeah, bring them around to their senses. Go to a hot spring. No, Morgana. Where is this coming from? Coming from the plot. That doesn't seem right. Keep thinking it through. Well, one down. It's like, yes. I had a feeling it was going to be a save point, so this might be a slightly longer break as I'm going to go make a snack. So we'll be back. Increase the peace through killing. Well, yeah, Marge is all about leading a mob.
Where's my bitches?
Say what? Oh, that was effective. More power! Let's go. Nah, because it's glitching out.
Almost there.
There we go.
Okay, Sam, we have to go.
Yeah, go now.
You're right. Come on. We can get out through Craig's room. Follow me. Stay right with me, okay? Go.
Like, trouble with wooden houses. They burn. Yeah.
Hurry.
We're dead. Yeah, we're screwed. Come on. Shit! Come on. Caught him! Woo!
They're really cool to the people from the 50s. Oh, neato. That guy brought some burritos.
I'm on your side now.
Look, you keep saying you're on my side, but if you keep running into my line of fire...
You didn't want to get...
That worked out. That's what you call taking charge.
Hot potato.
Oh, what the fuckery is this?
Really into your kind. What do
And back. We got some peanut butter and cheese crackers. Alright, so we gotta get to the 9th to advance the plot. Huh. Dock is an inn. Not right. We don't have Morgana. We're not carrying Morgana around. Oh, Freddy's won another game. Is this Shibuya? I got so used to fast traveling everywhere, I forgot how to navigate the damn subways. The Mall of the Underground.
It's all anyone talks about now.
For real?
I don't want to be back with Shiho. Don't feel bad breaking that friendship up. Yeah, Last time it was on the roof. There's bottle. She was the MVP. Yes, but is that the way it's supposed to be? Is that reality? Is this what Shiho would want?
Jeez.
Question is, what if there's two Sihos around here? Did everything you wished for?
Hmm?
Yeah. Any doubts about it?
But...
It looks like An is being forced to remember. Like, yeah, they should have used the audio for. Is she okay? Nope, she's remembering.
Sorry.
Why was she supposed to call him later? He has a name. Yes. Check up on the other members.
Hey, you have a minute?
Koji, okay. Back to Shibuya. Hey, did you know that this was Shibuya? Uh-huh. A coincidence. All right. Their dad is alive.
You're correct.
Hey!
They're beaming with joy.
Hey!
Makoto seems very happy. Uh-huh.
No, but...
Something's wrong. Breaking in some memories.
I'm sorry.
Just getting to... There's your dog. Uh-huh. Check on the other members.
Hey, you have a minute?
Shibuya. This is Shibuya. It's almost creepy. Oh, the homeless guy figured it out. We found Futaba.
Oh, man.
All the limited editions in the gaming gear. Motion for rude. Look who stumbled across them. It's a happy little family.
Really?
Yeah, she ain't wrong. His sludge is apparently delicious. Is that a beautiful dream? What was that, Futaba? Raging hormones. Yes. Well, that.
Time to head home.
Well, Futaba certainly cleared that up. No, no raging hormones. Elise. Going to work? I thought you quit. Check up on the other members.
Hey, you have a minute?
Yeah, Morgana looks like he's coming around.
Shibuya. This is Shibuya.
We tried to. Visiting a painting. Let's speak to Yusuke.
What a coincidence.
Was he really? He's truly blessed. Madarame. Must everything be perfect? Yep. He's totally making the same mistakes.
My apologies.
His petition to be alone has been denied. So we know Haru is in the northwest town. And that leaves two more people to find. Ren and Haru. Literally one person for each day.
Hey, you have a minute?
Hey Ren, has he always been completely oblivious? This is Shibuya. Bum bum bum. Save Ryuji for last. He'll wear a hat someday. Dude. It's like, isn't he supposed to be dead?
Yes. My.
What is she up to? Hang out with a ghost? He's an upperclassman.
Wait.
Don't jump to any conclusions. Sure he was. Yep, time to break her heart. Yes, because Haru had her coming out party. Break through the distortions. This dude wants to chat with us some more, but we can't because he's dead. Nope, the store attendants have never been friendly. Never, ever.
Hey, you have a minute?
Yes. Yes, there's something wrong with you, Morgana. You're 6 feet tall and you look like a completely hairless ape. Shibuya, this is Shibuya. We move on up. The school gate.
I hope I can do it. It'll work out. What's the meaning of this?
What's the meaning of life?
Whoa! No way, man.
Ah, yes. Oh, time to break Ryuji's dreams. Is he enjoying the return to the track?
Yeah. Hey.
Ain't something wrong here? Keep thinking, man.
Whoa. See ya.
Nope, that's everyone.
it's me. I've uncovered a few things in my investigation this week.
What did he uncover?
I'd share my findings with you. First, regarding Maruki himself.
Yes.
Researching the treatment of patients through changes in their cognitions since his college years. You already knew about that, correct?
Correct. He told me himself.
Maruki's work apparently had enough investors that he was planning to break ground on a research facility somewhere. And as you know, those plans never came to fruition. His funding was cut off, and his research was ended for him. It's probable. However, we can't be certain of the reason why. At least with our current understanding. What was the purpose of his research into cognitive science? Doesn't it feel like there's more to the story?
There's always more.
Maybe his research was stymied by someone else for their own reasons. Anyway, that's all I could dig up about Maruki's history.
Plus everything else we know about him.
Clearer is his stance on using cognitive science. He's dead serious about saving people.
He'll be dead when this is all over.
To make his dream come true. I can only imagine how delighted he is right now. That reminds me. There was one more thing I wanted to tell you.
That is?
The reality Maruki's put us in. It seems that Kumara and Wakaba are both considered alive by all accounts.
Yeah, we kind of know that.
Or cognitive beings. They truly are alive and existing in this world. In fact, their deaths seem to have never taken place at all in this reality.
What happened to Shiho?
Shido was the only one arrested on the crime of attempting to overthrow the government. It seems the Phantom Thieves were causing a stir in this society as well. But there's no record of your arrest now. Basically, in this reality, you and I haven't committed any crimes. I don't understand how Maruki was able to distort reality to such extremes. But at the very least, he was being honest when he told us that he'd make such revisions, and rather convenient ones.
What does he make of it?
And this Maruki revised reality means living under his thumb forever.
And we don't want that.
To live like that. I'll be the one to choose my path. That's how I've lived up to now. And it's going to continue from here till the end. But what about you?
At least he has a direction.
For yourself, didn't you? Your friends seem to have taken a liking to Maruki's version of reality. Don't tell me you've changed your mind after seeing them.
Don't worry about it.
I pray your answer doesn't change when we face Maruki tomorrow.
It won't.
That takes care of the info I wanted to share. See you soon.
Are you going somewhere tomorrow?
Odaibiya.
With Akechi? You guys are really hitting it off lately. Of course, that's not a bad thing.
Yes, it is.
Hey, so, about what you said before, you know, that stuff about my happiness? Sorry, it's nothing. Good night.
Is it nothing? Is it really nothing? At least we're getting good save spots. The 9th.
So, you came. Based on the look in your eyes, I'm guessing your friends aren't going to be of any use to us.
I'm sure they'll come around.
Oh, yes. Because I'm sure you're all just as close as you were before reality was changed. Well, there's no point in griping about it out here. Are you ready? As I mentioned yesterday, it's quite likely that we'll have to confront Maruki physically.
So
If you're not
physically.
prepared for such a contingency, then please go and take care of your affairs as quickly as possible.
Sheesh. Okay. You should be grateful. The air's dry, so be careful when you're handling gunpowder. All right. Sounds good. That's what you're choosing? You better not use it to pull a prank. Don't break it, okay? Okay. All right, which one? That's what you're choosing. How's that? Even though it gets dry in the winter, be careful. Guns are prone to misfire if it gets too humid. That one? Good.
The Red 5.
That's what you're choosing. You like it? This model is used a lot in movies. Pretty cool, huh? That one? Sure thing. All right. Sounds good. That's what you're choosing? How's that? We got new protective gear in that looks pretty damn close to the real thing. You like it? Okay. All right, which one? Come again.
Talk to Takemi's back in the office.
Well, that's fine, I guess. You want a shot? Okay, which one? Do you know what it actually costs to make a new medicine? I bet people would. Oh, did you decide? Here you go. You want that one? Thanks. That should work. Here you go. You want that one? Thanks. That should work. Here you go.
There we go.
Take care.
Right.
How about this? Now, let us depart.
Let's head on in.
Excuse me, is, Whoa. Hey guys.
Looks like we've all had the same idea.
Are you here to speak with him as well?
Kinda. So, he's not here? He left around noon. Said he was meeting up with Akechi.
Sojiro said if we need to talk about stuff, we can use this place for a while.
Right.
You know, he asked me the other day, something along the lines of whether or not I'm okay with how things are. At first I didn't know what he was talking about, but as he kept going, his words started making my chest feel all tight.
That's not because she's wearing a sweater.
Since then, it's like something isn't right in my heart anymore.
I have no complaints about my current life. On the contrary, in fact, I am truly happy with it. So, in that case, what is this inkling of a feeling I have deep in my soul?
Feeling that something is wrong. Something is completely wrong.
Damn it. I'm so bad at figuring out this sort of stuff. Hey, do you think maybe we're all running away from something super important? I've been kind of wondering.
Yuji's being rather insightful here.
Words hurt so much is because he's right, but I was too scared to admit that for some reason. That's why I pretended I didn't understand what he meant.
When I was speaking with him, I felt like I caught a glimpse of this mysterious sight. Something that shouldn't have happened, but still, I felt like I shouldn't turn away from it.
Same here.
And myself as well. It seems that we really have lost sight of something precious to us after all.
That might be, but
I'm so scared to remember what it is. If I remember that, I feel like my life as I know it is gonna end.
Oh, Futaba.
Futaba.
I don't want to feel this way anymore either.
Me too.
Guess that's it, huh? He was trying to tell us all something important, and I bet he's probably still working on it somewhere. Ain't no way I'm gonna bail on him just so I can keep running from whatever it is.
When I had that strange experience you all mentioned, I saw him and the rest of us there together. I want to believe the connection we share here is a genuine one.
It's so genuine.
I know if we don't do something soon, we're gonna lose our connection with him. Don't ask how I know. It just feels like the truth to me.
I admit I am happy right now, but I just can't accept the situation as it is. I'm done with trying to escape my problems.
Huh?
Whoa. Reality broke there for Morgana. Morgana broke reality.
Well... if I must... All right. Let's do it.
Right, we're back in here again. Into the elevator. Begin the grand tour. Oh, we'll go this way.
Show me your true form. Trash. They didn't see us at all. These pipsqueaks can't tolerate they're weak in general, and even weaker to nuclear attacks. Too easy. Persona! Skaha! You're mine. Joker took one down. I gotta keep up. Persona! Some other way. Come! Something else. Go! Alright! Next! See that?
Just 2 more annoyances to take care of. Die! One survivor! Oh, yeah?
Well,
You wiped him out.
so much for the teddy bear.
All right. Okay, let's hurry ahead.
This is so fun!
Show me your true form!
I've got it. Trash. They didn't see us at all. These shouldn't be too much trouble, even though they're immune to ice.
There! That's it, Joker!
It's time to kill!
I am thou, thou art I.
All right. Pick up the Chimera.
So, that mask any good?
It's so good.
All right. The cognitive effects are weakening. It's a safe room.
It's a room that's entirely safe.
I should write something.
It's a room for saving.
We don't know what may be waiting for us. Let us explore carefully. Hey.
Proper IDs. Something tells me that's going to be important. We're back here again.
Thank you for coming. She's only sleeping. I've never had any intention of hurting her. Once
Nice.
the turmoil begins to settle, I'll have her remember her life as she wishes to live it.
The life that she wishes for, huh? Call it what you like. You're merely brainwashing people for your own satisfaction.
Indeed.
I'm wholly aware that some will interpret my acts that way. But if that
That's the only way to interpret them.
leads to the happiness of thousands of others, don't you agree that outcome is for the best? If I understand correctly, you went and checked in on your friends this past week. This reality is the one that they all wished for. Did any of them seem troubled by that fact? This reality is the true reality. All you have to do is recognize it as such.
We do not recognize it.
You'll be just as happy as they are. Didn't you see it yourselves? Your friends don't just want to live these lives. They want you to choose this reality for yourselves and live happily too. Please, I want you to understand. For their sake.
This guy does not make a compelling argument here.
Well, it's time.
It's time, he says.
For the sake of Yoshizawa-san and the rest of your friends, I ask you to give me your answer.
The answer is we can't accept it.
Huh?
Negotiations seem to have broken down.
Totally.
I see. It seems we still haven't reached an understanding.
No. You're not serious, right? Please. I'm begging you, Senpai. Please let me live as Kasumi. But why? This pain is too much. Why can't I just leave it behind me? Kasumi is gone forever, and it's all Sumire's fault. I can't live that kind of life.
Do we have to fight? Is she a boss battle? Well, yes, she is.
Please, don't try to stop me. If you do, then I'll...
Are you serious?
Stubborn. No matter what you say to her, I doubt she'll understand. I don't think we have a choice in the matter here. I could take care of it for you right now, but you'd prefer her to leave here alive, right? Just hurry up and end this.
Please, don't make me do this.
Oh, she's the one who's forcing our hand.
I can't stop this. I refuse to live as Kasumi's killer. Cendrillon!
Rude.
Persona! Not that. Let's go. Gabriel! There!
Cendrillon! Why?
Persona! Go down!
Why are you doing this to me?
We don't really have a choice here.
Leave me alone! Please don't do this to me! No!
Persona! There!
Cendrillon!
That broke her face.
Looks like you lost.
Why? Senpai. No. I can't.
Yes, you can.
I can't go back to being Sumire. You saw it all for yourself, Senpai. It's my own fault that my sisters... Why don't you understand? Please. I beg you.
Yoshizawa-san.
What's this jerk doing?
I can give you strength, so you don't have to suffer.
Doctor.
Tell me, if you want your pain to end, and desire to live as Kasumi, I'll actualize it!
What the hell?
Did he? Sadly, she has lost sight of herself. She's in pain. Now, be her guide, and together, escape from the nightmare!
Oh, wonderful. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Kindness of his disgusts me. Let's do this quick.
I refuse to go back. I'm happy here. This is where I belong.
Well, wasn't expecting this.
Rescue you. The only way I know how.
It's gone totally berserk. We need to stop her persona.
I'll take that.
It ate the smaller one?
Well, that's a thing.
We'll have to beat it before it heals itself again.
Come. Go down.
Persona! Persona!
I'll take that. I will seize Persona! You're mine. I'll take that.
Persona!
No.
Okay.
It's time.
Ice and Nuke.
Axarius Picaro. There.
Shit! Damn it! There's no end to this. Just what the hell is this thing?
I refuse to return. I will never go back to being such pathetic, soot-coated garbage!
You can't tell? It's her refusal to accept the truth.
All right, so we will cutscene.
We can't afford to waste time on this shit. Here it comes.
I don't think so.
Who? Oh, it's Ryuji.
Damn it, Skull. I told you not to rush in by yourself like that. At least it seemed to work out in our favor.
I knew you'd be here.
Our apologies for making you wait so long.
Is that Akechi-kun and Dr. Maruki?
Yoshi's always trapped by... Why is her persona doing this? What in the world is going on here?
Things and stuff is happening.
So much of this shit makes no sense, but we'll cover it later. We've got to stop her first, right, Joker?
All right, let's get in formation. Okay, guys, leave the navigation to me. Let's push it back.
Unbelievable. Why did they come here?
For my joy.
Persona! Ravage them!
Knocked them right off their feet. Nice, Joker.
Do it!
All
This is
right,
mine.
on to the next.
This is my other self. Crush them, Kabukicho! It's up to you.
Eat this!
Feel my
So got that combo.
Crow's got some moves. It looks like it's working. Just hang in there a little longer.
Persona! Bam!
Let's go.
You did it, Fox.
Let's do this. Let's do this.
It's showtime. Well, one way to end this boss battle. The bells chime at midnight.
My dream won't be. The clock strikes midnight.
I leveled up.
Indeed. We basically beat the truth into her.
You've all... I can't believe you've thrown away your happiness just to come here and... And how? It's impossible.
You're Dr. Maruki, right?
Yeah, he is.
That's right. More importantly, why are...
Dude, what the hell's Doc doing inside a palace?
He's ruling this palace, is what he's doing.
What?
Not only that, he's the one who's generated this whole distorted reality. Isn't that right, Maruki-san?
All of this was done for your own joy.
Our joy?
That's right. I only wanted to grant your wishes. Each and every one.
Wait, you what? What do you mean? We never wished for anything like this.
Yeah, she did.
Is that really true?
Huh?
No, never mind. So, you all intend to deny the reality I've created for you.
Yeah, that's right.
Fight me, then so be it. If you plan on changing my heart, that's fine too. But before that, I think there's still room for discussion here. Also, I believe taking care of Yoshizawa-san is more important than settling this issue right now.
Yeah, the issue will be settled with my boot up your ass.
We can get back to fighting if that's what you really want, but I think you're rather exhausted at the moment.
Yoshizawa-san!
There's still time. February 3rd. I'll hear your final decision on the 3rd. If your views can't align with mine by then, we'll have no other choice but a physical altercation. As much as I would loathe that, I still can't give up what I've started. What I swore I'd do on the day I lost everything that mattered to me.
I've lost his reading. I want to pursue him, but I doubt that's even possible right now.
It's probably possible.
Let's get out of here. Yoshizawa's got to rest anyway.
I'm still just as shocked as I was when we first came here. The navigators return to our devices. A palace is visible in our own reality.
Does this mean reality's broken right now? or
So
something?
broken. So broken.
Dr. Maruki, anyway.
Hey, how much do you already know about this stuff?
Tell them what we know so far.
So, Dr. Maruki, He altered our reality to make our dreams come true?
This is all too much for me to handle at once.
Apologies for the interruption. Mind if I interject?
Yes, we do mind.
That's right. Akechi. There's no reason to be defensive. Had I wished to kill you all, I would have simply done so already.
He's helping for now.
You're not here to fight us.
I've already put our feud behind me. Not only that, since he and I both refuse to accept reality as Maruki sees fit to make it, we currently have the same goal.
So what you're saying is you're using him.
Of course.
What about the rest of you? Considering how you were all living your ideal lives in that other reality, until you decided to come here, Maruki seems to be telling the truth about taking your happiness into consideration. While his heart is distorted, he is quite different from the adults whose hearts you've changed so far. Now that you know his intentions, I'm most interested in learning whether you still plan on fighting him or not.
What do you mean?
I'm up against someone with the power to distort reality as we know it. The more allies on my side, the better. If we all share the same goal, shouldn't we join forces and improve our odds?
Yes, we should.
I'll be going now. Be sure to consider my point.
His point has been considered.
Hey! Hey! Jeez.
Yoshizawa, are you alright?
Are you okay?
Oh, yes.
Good. You're heavy. Get off my back.
I'm sorry that I caused you all so much trouble.
No, you don't need to apologize. We should probably go our separate ways for now and discuss it at a better time.
Yeah, tomorrow we can... Oh yeah, third semester's starting up tomorrow, right?
I guess we're going back to school, huh? We still don't have any idea what we want to do from here on out, though.
We've got time.
We'll figure it out.
He said he'll wait until February 3rd before... Let's really think it over before making our decision.
Yo, welcome back. I didn't know you guys were out together. Wait, what's wrong, Futaba?
Hey, Sojiro? Is Mom?
Mom? You mean Wakaba? Well, what about her?
Nah, it's nothing. It's just I happen to remember something about her, that's all.
Uh-huh.
Okay, then. You know, I caught myself thinking about her earlier, too. Odd coincidence, huh? Well, I'm gonna head home for the night. How about you, Futaba?
I'm gonna stick around a bit longer.
I see. Don't stay out too late, all right?
He's here to play video games.
You've got school tomorrow, too, so get to bed at a reasonable time.
No, never.
Mom really is gone again. Sojiro sees it that way too now. Oh yeah, I forgot to tell you what happened before we came to rescue you.
Good, tell
We ended
us.
up here at the same time after you left for Odaiba.
What was that?
Wait, you're...
What the? Oh yeah, that's right. Why were you human, Mona? Yeah, you're supposed to be a cat.
Clearly he is a cat.
I am not a... Oh wait. Yeah, I guess I am a cat.
How did we never realize?
You know, we've got more important things to do than sit around here and figure out what happened to us.
That's right!
You said he was headed to Odaiba, correct? And with Akechi-kun?
Of all people.
We need to find them! Once we got to Odaiba, we spotted the palace. You know how the rest goes. You were fighting this whole time, weren't you? While I was just bumming around town without a care. I'm sorry. Deep down, I always suspected something strange was happening.
Lies, Futaba. Lies.
My mom was so much fun. I stopped trying to figure it out. But I've totally snapped out of it thanks to you. I'm all good now. Yep, no worries. I'm fine. With school's tomorrow, right? You better not stay up late. You might end up oversleeping.
Undersleeping, more like it.
We've all been through too much today. Let's try to get some sleep.
What? Yep.
All right, so they can't believe what's happened to them.
Nice. Hey. Hey.
Hey, we're back in the Velvet Room.
It's been quite some time.
At least a few hours.
We have finally succeeded in reaching you. You have been imprisoned once more. This time, not by the god of control, but a different entity, one who's bound you through your future. However, you held fast to your free will and believed in your bonds, allowing your friends to
We totally believed in the bondage, apparently.
You are on the verge of grasping a potential reality once more. Our meeting again now, within this place, is proof enough. It seems the time has come. We are merely beings who provide aid to humans as they carry out their will. You must be the one to determine the path and actions to take.
Ass kicking.
If the will
That's the action to be
of God
taken.
thrives within
Or
you,
delivered.
then we will surely meet again.
Lady Lavenza told you that? You ought to tell everyone else that too. Let's all meet up after school.
Hey, it's Mary.
Good morning. I'm sorry. I can't believe what I tried to do to you two. I genuinely cannot apologize enough for what happened.
Oh, come on. There's no need for that. More importantly, how have you been?
It's only been a day, Morgana.
Physically, I'm fine, but mentally, to be
Wrap
entirely
that.
honest,
Shoot, if that scarf is wrapped up any higher, it'll cover half her face.
my memories are still pretty fuzzy, and I haven't really processed everything yet. I'm going to need a little time to myself to think things through. I have to figure out what to do with myself from here on.
You're in the Go Home Club.
Time's up.
Nope, no homework, we're done. No studying has been done. Wow, wow, wow. Let's see.
Hey,
We gotta cook up our plans. Bow, 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 bow.
We have to choose our own path, eh? Akechi had mentioned that we needed to determine what we'll do from here on out. It seems he was right.
We can't accept this reality, but that means we'll have to fight Dr. Maruki, right?
Yes.
That's right. We have to confront Maruki and steal his desire. In a way, it's business as usual for us.
Yeah, it's totally
Dr.
business as
Maruki's
usual.
an adult with a warped desire, but that desire's just a wish for us all to be happy, right?
I admit, it's nothing similar to the desires we've seen in the likes of Shido and Kamoshida.
The Phantom Thieves only change the hearts of evildoers. Dr. Maruki is quite different from our past targets.
Is he really?
Well, I think we already know what we gotta do. Haru's right. Dr. Maruki ain't a shitty adult at all. There are probably plenty of folks out there living all happy in this reality. Who knows? Maybe Dr. Maruki is actually doing the right thing. But
I doubt
we all
it.
still feel like this reality's wrong, right? We decide what's right for ourselves. That's what we all agreed on when we went after him in the palace. If changing Doc's heart fixes our reality, then I'm gonna do it.
For better or worse?
So, somebody say something?
Sorry, I was just thinking about
How right he was.
Ryuichi.
We can't believe it. He was actually right about
Choose
something.
our target's hard not to reform society, but to acquire the reality we believe in. That doesn't sound bad at all.
Sounds horrible.
Well, that means our next step is pretty clear. Right. Maruki said that he'd be willing to fight if we are too. It's safe to assume he's expecting us to infiltrate his palace.
That reminds me. You know that, reality bending stuff? Why is Doc able to do that anyway?
I've been wondering the same thing. Even if he was the top cognitive science expert, that wouldn't be enough for him to do all of this.
If we're going to fight Maruki, we'd better dig up some more intel on him first.
Speaking of intel,
Good day. This is Lavenza speaking.
Lavenza.
Huh?
Your will of rebellion has reached new heights.
Yes.
We would like to aid that will.
She placed a collect call.
Wait, how is she even calling you?
1-800-CALOATT. That's how she's calling us.
Her timing was just too perfect. Maybe she actually did.
I have performed no form of electronic surveillance whatsoever.
Which means she did.
Apparently, she can hear you.
There's something I wish to tell you regarding your current situation. However, I'm reaching the limit of my communication ability with this method. Let us meet in person tomorrow.
Where?
It would be best for me to select a location considered easy to reach by all parties. Therefore, let us convene at your school.
At Shujin?
Wait, she'll be at the school? Lavenza will?
Yes, she will.
In that case, I'll see you tomorrow.
She hung up.
Is she really gonna go to our school? Just walk through the front gates like nothing?
Like nothing.
I'm not sure what to make of it. But since we've determined our goal and Lavenza's offered to help us, I'd call that progress of some sort.
All
It's
we
a
have
thing.
left is whatever we discuss tomorrow at school, plus whether or not we're going to team up with Akechi.
Considering what he told us, really does seem like we share an end goal with Akechi, but
Last time we had to share gold.
we ought to team up. Me too.
Are you sure?
Dr. Maruki's strong enough to change reality itself. If we're gonna fight him, we're gonna need Akechi's help. Plus, if he does betray us again, we'll just take him out too.
Guess that
Yes,
settles
she
that.
has an axe to grind.
Let's all meet at Shujin tomorrow. I'll take care of figuring out how to get Yusuke and Futaba in the school.
I appreciate the effort. Thank you.
All right, let's head home for now.
She's her little sister. Yeah, that kind of works.
Yeah. Hey. Nice. Hey.
It's like under the covers. Hey. What's up, you?
No. Hey.
What I did? Yeah, he became lame. Yeah.
Wait.
Why? We've been tolerant of him this entire time. Look, if we're buttering him up, it's like he'd be a lobster.
Listen up.
Well, it's evolved. Or is it evolving? Aha!
All right.
Okay. Right. Let's turn in for the night.
We discovered Diego. Maybe we cannot take screenshot right now.
What is the answer?
Hey, wait!
Be a good guy and help her out.
Seriously?
Yeah, there's 8 million of them. So there'll be so many characters in Smite by the end of it.
Correct.
There's a god for everything. I mean, hell, the only thing they did not have a god for was premature ejaculation. But I heard until things change, it was coming quickly. Ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-bum-bum-ba-da-dum.
You've been awfully busy lately. Don't forget to eat lunch. As for myself, be sure to order some jelly-filled bread and... That's...
Let's follow it.
Yeah, let's go. Hey!
Do-do-do-do-do. Bum bum bum. Bum 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 bum.
Oh!
Follow the butterfly.
For real?
To the nurse's office.
Lady Lavenza.
Hello. Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming.
I see. Exchanging common expressions upon meeting like humans do, it has a rather pleasant feeling.
Yeah, that's something there.
Let's turn to the matter at hand.
The matter at hand are the hands of
As
matter.
I told you yesterday, there's something I wish to tell you. But first, please gather your other friends here.
Here? You want to meet in the nurse's office?
This place is filled with the cognition of bed rest. Maintaining my existence in a reality controlled by someone like Maruki is no simple feat. But the exhaustion that it induces is limited by this place's cognition, so I may converse with you all in person here.
That's a good thing.
I see.
CI.
Let us continue this conversation once everyone involved has convened. Until that time, I will provide my eyes a much-needed rest.
Wait, rest? Lady Lavenza?
He's taking a nap.
I guess we should get everyone in here.
Infiltration success.
I'm rather surprised no one took notice of us.
Well, Futaba's going to be going there soon enough.
Adequate excuse for the school to approve your being here. We're lucky it went as well as it did.
As long as you maintain an air of confidence, you can fool just about anybody into thinking you belong.
And then there's this asshole.
I hadn't expected you to actually reach out to me for something like this.
Well, it's just as we said before. We've accepted your offer to work together.
And if you betray us, Haru will chop you up into little itty bitty bits.
Betray us again. We'll make sure you regret it.
All right then. That's no concern.
Futaba's going to post nudes of him all over the
Remember what
internet.
I told you all before. We share a mutual interest.
It's not exactly beyond the stretch of imagination that she would do that.
It appears that everyone's arrived. Does this mean you're ready to begin?
Ain't that our line?
Care to fill us in?
Yes. I wished to speak with you about the circumstances that led this Maruki to alter reality as you know it, as well as the true nature of his power.
You know all of that?
I admit there will be a degree of speculation involved, but only to a small extent.
Yes.
First,
Just call her Captain
I will explain
Exposition.
the situation with the current reality. I believe that Maruki has altered the cognition of the masses. In other words, it's thought that the alterations he's made are the result of his meddling with mementos.
He changed mementos? How is that even possible?
He found Jose.
Wait, don't forget about our experience with the Metanav and Maruki's palace. Seems like this kind of thing has a habit of sticking around despite our expectations.
Mementos is the cognition of the masses given form. If that man is truly capable of controlling individuals' cognition,
Well, that man is also behind a plot in Guilty Gear.
It would be no surprise that he could
Subtle
impact
joke.
everyone's cognitions and affect reality itself.
Could he really have done all that? I mean, it's assumed that Dr. Maruki has the power to control cognition, right?
Exactly.
Brought people back from the dead.
Controlling of cognition. Let's see. Why don't we refer to his power as actualization?
Because it all became actualized.
Actualization is a power unique to a persona. In other words, this man named Maruki is...
He's a persona user?
That's impossible. There's no way to have a persona and a palace at the same time.
Or is there?
Determining when Maruki first awakened to his power is wholly impossible. However, by the time he crossed your paths, there's no doubt that he was making use of his actualization, although he may have only been doing so subconsciously.
Even if it is just his subconscious, he's using a persona in the real world.
So, his ability to make Yoshizawa-san think she was Kasumi-chan.
It was most likely through the use of actualization.
Gotta love these big plot twists.
Even if we assume that Maruki has unique persona abilities, such as the case with him and myself, we still need to determine how he used that power on mementos as a whole, rather than a single individual.
Right. Even if there were some kind of power that could affect mementos, it's on a whole other level from what we've seen so far. A single person just shouldn't be capable of all that.
But yet there was.
It's true. Changing reality just by thinking about it isn't something humans do. It's something that, like, gods do.
And we killed one god earlier tonight.
Became such a god.
What?
The god of control.
Indeed, the being in mementos that you all defeated was a false deity that the masses deludedly clung to. It is easy to conclude that Maruki simply took over the false god's position when it disappeared.
Took over his position? What do you mean?
He became a giant cup.
He thinks of Doc as a god now or something?
Now, the Phantom Thieves are the ones who gained the masses' support after defeating this so-called god of control. So it would follow that the masses would turn to the Phantom Thieves next as their savior. In that case, why did they instead turn to Maruki, who did none of the work the Phantom Thieves did?
Good question.
Wait, you what? What do you mean? We never wished for anything like this.
Oh, they put the faith in him.
It's most likely because...
Y'all wish for it.
What? After we defeated the god of control, we wished for reality to be like Dr. Maruki described it. And it happened?
I don't remember doing any wishing with you guys and Doc. I mean, when would we have even had the chance to?
All those counseling sessions.
Counseling.
Looks like you all walked right into the spider's parlor.
And he said, hi to the
Knowing
flies.
how many of those situations were intentionally orchestrated by that man.
All of them?
However, the result is still the same. A desire for his actualization was seeded within your hearts. Thus, I have no doubt that it was your own desires that led to their actualization.
So this is all our fault, huh?
We're the ones who told him the cognitive world really exists, too.
Oops. He has to be stopped.
Right, let's fight. If this is our own fault, we've got to be the ones to fix it.
Like, break out the hammers.
This realization changes none of what we must do.
Very well. Then allow me to proceed. This world is in a very unstable condition currently.
When isn't the world
On the
unstable?
day that the god of control fused mementos with the real world, the merging was undone through your efforts, and the two worlds are now attempting to return to their initial states.
So, what you're saying is this world has reverted to a state where the fusion with mementos hasn't been totally undone. That explains why Maruki's palace was visible in Odaiba.
Even as we speak, Maruki is still influencing this world in places where its boundaries are blurred. As slow a pace as it may be, he still continues to actualize the world of the masses as a whole. Should this continue, reality shall merge with mementos once more. The two worlds will again become one.
Well, we can't let that happen.
Anyone trapped within the actualized world can never again awaken to the original one.
No.
This issue goes beyond the masses as well. Although you are all Persona users, it would be next to impossible to defy Maruki in a world completely under his control. To be clear, once the two worlds conclude their fusion, there will be no chance of your success in this mission.
Typical suicide mission.
I believe this fusion will conclude in 1 month's time.
We only have a month.
If memory serves me correctly, February 3rd was the date Dr. Maruki gave us, right? Could he have possibly chosen the time limit based on when his actualization will be completed?
Probably, most likely.
If that's the case, we don't got another choice except to steal his treasure by then.
We'll need to secure our route to the treasure by the 2nd so we can send our calling card. Then, on the day of, we're most likely going to have to fight Maruki.
Allow me to produce the calling card. This is certain to be our final card.
That's what he
Pour my heart and
thinks.
soul into its creation.
There's actually a sequel to this game. Well, the original version of Persona 5, but...
Questions. Right.
What's the deal with the palace's name? Doesn't seem to affect the app's functions, but...
That must also be a product of Maruki's cognition. He most likely learned that you could somehow infiltrate the metaverse. As long as he permits your existence, your method of infiltration will not entirely disappear either. However, in his heart he must have feared you would learn his identity as the palace's ruler. Perhaps such a feeling took the form of hiding the ruler's name from you.
But in that case, why didn't Dr. Maruki just actualize us out of existence entirely?
Man. That's how he does things.
Maruki told us he wants us to accept his world. It may be hard to believe, but since we mutually benefit from his actualization, maybe he really does want us to submit.
Sorry, even if it does fix shit for us, I just can't accept the world getting treated like that. Let's start the infiltration tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, maybe not tomorrow.
Sound good?
You're willing to ask me as well.
Duh, dude. The Phantom Thieves don't act unless it's a unanimous vote.
And he knows this.
Fine then. You know I have no intention of accepting Maruki's world anyway.
Then that settles that.
Wait, what about Yoshizawa-san?
We may not have summoned her as one of the Phantom Thieves. This definitely involves her as well.
Yep.
Maybe we should fill her in on our
Which probably means next week's stream of this will involve
what she does with that information.
exploring the palace and the big boss battle.
Right.
If that concludes matters, I shall continue to watch over you, Trickster. Please show me the path that you choose for humanity.
Hey, look at that. Yoshizawa is hanging up by the door. You just don't know.
Guess we might as well close up for the night. Hey, once you're done washing that, you can go ahead and call it a...
Who's here?
Yoshizawa?
Yawa Yoshi.
She's here to see you, right? Now, don't worry about finishing up. I'll take care of it later.
Sorry for coming over so late. And thank you for the coffee.
These people drink so much coffee, it's a miracle they go to sleep at all.
It's delicious. Mm. Would you mind if I got something off my chest? Thank you. So, to tell the truth, I saw you all go into the nurse's office today.
And she was listening in.
I sort of eavesdropped on your conversation. You've all found the paths you want to take, and are following them with such confidence, whereas I'm simply... Like Dr. Maruki said before, I ran from the truth. I couldn't handle the fact that Kasumi died because of my actions. My memories are still a bit hazy, but even when I remembered that I'm really Sumire, I didn't want to accept it. I was still running from reality, where Kasumi is gone, where I had to live for Kasumi instead of as her.
Do you still want to run?
No. Like I said earlier, I realized something when I saw you all striving to push onward. I can't keep running like this, but now that Kasumi's gone, I have no idea what to do with myself. Senpai, what should I do?
I know you choose well.
You can be awfully firm sometimes, Senpai, but you're absolutely correct.
Absolutely, positively, 100% correct.
I must thank you for allowing me to unload all of this onto you. I'm still not completely sure what I should do, but I plan to think more on it. I've got to figure out what to do with my life now.
Bow, bow, bow.
Let's reform society.
She knows God modding when she sees it. Oh, great.
Hey! Nice! Hey, hey!
Hey, hey, hey. Apparently it's sunny out.
Okay.
Huh. Or we're going into the path. Unless the palace is really small.
Yeah?
Right.
Very well. Let us go.
Oh, they changed that animation.
Oh, it's... Hello,
Hello, everyone. You're going to fight Dr. Maruki, yes?
Yep.
Please, take me with you.
Okay.
But you can't go in dressed like that.
Please? I'm done running away. I can't keep relying on people like Senpai.
Nice transformation.
I want to live life as Sumire.
Color me impressed.
Looks like she'll do just fine here.
Thank you.
In that case, we gotta come up with a code name for you.
A what now?
A what now?
It'd be right if you were the only one going by your real name, you know?
Oh, you're right.
Joker, got any suggestions?
Leotard. Appetite. Violet. Yeah, the obvious one here. She's a gymnast, so that's Leotard. She can eat like a fucking Tasmanian devil. So it's like blah, 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 blah. But Violet is the obvious name here.
Oh, that's right. Sumire in English is Violet.
It is?
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Violet. Yes, let's go with that.
Excellent. Now remember, everyone, Violet, not violent. Violet.
Violent.
Thank you for
She is definitely violent. Not Violet,
I'm
violent.
surrounded by absolute.
Shut up, Akechi.
Are we done? We should probably get moving.
I know. Jeez. Come on, Violet. Let's roll.
Yeah.
Yes.
Joker.
Ah. We wanna tackle.
I should write something.
Let me do a restroom break and we'll jump into the palace. We'll see how big this thing actually is. So I'll be right back. Bio break. And drop down. That was just sad. Oh, that got it. Uranus with the big fatal blow. Took 3 tries, but we got it. Whoa. Out of curiosity, anything? The bear's been smashed.
The world's problems.
Hello. Hello, Mr. Fancy Pants.
That was fun.
It's like the draw distance in this game is... it's something special. Well, we found Ken.
Bigby, no! Don't hurt him!
Hey, he's had enough. Oh, you jerk!
You ruined everything! She's my fuck.
Try that again in a moment. Well, they threw grenades at him or something nonsensical, but let me just keep throwing Reggie. He'll recharge in a second.
Well, the deterrent's on his side. Got him.
Oh, you got him. Reggie's chasing somebody. Oh, he's coming back for me. There we go.
Reggie's like, you sent me all the way over there? And back. Into the Velvet Room.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
I have been waiting.
Indeed.
What possibility is that?
Very well. Welcome to the Velvet Room.
The compendium, yes? What will you be registered? Would you like to register this to the compendium? You wish to browse the entries? Awaken your new self. Performing a fusion? Which persona will you send? It seems to hold a vast amount of power. Choose which skill to inherit.
Max it out. That's a thing. God bless. I'm not gonna have to worry about that. And it don't have Almighty, so not even gonna worry about that.
To whom will you give birth?
Trumpeter Michael Metatron. Need to summon Satan.
Do you wish to fuse this? Choose which skill to inherit.
We have plenty of ice. Combinations of stuff. Don't need that one. Let's see. Normal fusion.
Do you truly need this?
Yes.
Choose which skill to inherit.
Let's go. Again. See how many of these things we can unlock? He is Thor. He carries Mjolnir. He isn't fat, however.
Did you change your mind to compendium, yes? You wish to browse the entries? You would like to overwrite it? You wish to summon this persona? You may take it with you then.
So we've done a 62%.
May luck be on your side. What shall we do?
Yeah, that's something else in and of itself.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
May luck be on your side. Indeed.
We head on back.
I'll just add this.
So 62% in terms of the, you know, it's like typical for a Pokedex entry. Who we got? I want Makoto on the team instead of Ryuji. Thing is, Makoto's not only just a hard hitter, she's actually my strongest healer overall.
I'll just add this.
So, let's get to exploring. You sense no shadows. Well, the door to the auditorium is ajar. The door to the auditorium.
Oh.
Yes.
She was emphatic. Oh, Ketchy's actually saying something nice.
Security level crazy.
Security level is crazy. Above us? Whoa.
Violet!
Sondrion! What? Her personas!
Not on my watch!
Please stay back!
Let her do it herself.
I appreciate it, but allow me. I chose to stand on my own and fight. It's time I stopped being helpless. I hung my head low and took your hand. But I knew all along, deep down, pretending to be Kasumi was not the right way. The weak, insecure Sumire dies today!
Graphic, ain't it?
Violet. You were the one. The only one who stayed true to yourself. Come, Sondrion! If you don't answer my call now,
Then to hell with you.
how else can we make our dream come true?
Such tenacity. It seems to fit you better than ever before. The glass slippers are the icon of glory.
Ah, that's a nice touch. Her persona is her sister.
But the other girl within you as well. I am thou. Thou art I. Are you prepared for your debut? The ball awaits.
Certainly. That's it. I'm done running from myself.
Yeah, you tell him!
Go Violet! Give him hell! Yes! Let's do this, Sondrion! Let's dance!
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Persona! Sondrion!
Well, I'm just going to assume this is going to work heavily here. Yeah, that's safe to say that definitely worked.
Sorry for troubling you. I'll be fine now.
You were as impressive as always out there. Well done, Violet.
Thank you. I still have a lot to learn, though. I promise I'll do my best not to slow you down.
Better not. You're on the front line.
So formal with us.
Sorry. And the same goes for you too, Joker-senpai. I hope you'll still be there for me. I am thou. Thou art I. My vow stands renewed in pursuit of the
That's
truth.
actually a different one because it's breaking through.
In breaking free of doubt, the chain that impedes thee is thy strength of heart made manifest. With the rebirth of the faith persona, thou hast obtained the winds of blessing that shall guide thee to the furthest depths.
All right.
All right.
That means we're going to have to grind out her confidant levels.
Press onward.
It's fun.
Yes.
Uh-huh. That's what he thinks.
Yeah.
Yes.
I wish they take the hall up ahead. Did they mean this hall? Yeah, okay.
I have something.
Nothing in that one? Lame. So. I just like, if we find stuff, it might be helpful.
Show me your true form. I'll reveal your true form. I can see it. I'll reveal your true form.
Well, couldn't keep that lucky up forever. Oh yeah. Nuke 'em. Ah, so pretty.
And so much damage.
Okay.
the noobs and let's go.
Never leave the noobs.
Show me your true form.
Now's our chance.
Her skills will work.
One enemy terminated. Show us what you got, Violet.
We no have choice. You use this.
Oh, some rare loot.
Go take the loot.
Don't forget this feeling.
Okay.
It was a good feeling.
All right. Show me your true form. Let's go.
Successful. Now just don't lose.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
Evil voracious dragon. Evil voracious. Alright, looks like this thing is gonna have a bunch. Reflects physical and gum, absorbs fire and nuclear. This is electricity.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. Gaining some dexter now.
Let's dance. This is my soul. You're pretty tough.
You can kill me here or what? Feel my power. Manifest! I can be merciful. Persona! Gabriel!
There.
Now the enemy is just a brainwashed drone. Use psychokinesis.
Let's go.
Skaha! Ravage them!
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Alright.
Beat him up.
You didn't want to submit?
Diego! Nice job, Mona. Just like I thought.
So, look for certain things to combo it up.
All right.
Give me a sec. Oh,
When did I make all those lockpicks?
Thank you very much.
I have something. I'll reveal your true form. Show me your true form.
Just sneak up behind them. Huh.
What would you like to do?
Let's go for it.
Hmm. Huh? What?
Whee! All right, now what are we facing? Okay, Chimera and I don't know what.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless.
All right. Reflex.
Witness my resolve. Diego! One enemy on the floor. Bonafide, bonafide. Sure. On to the next.
That worked out. Got the personal ID. The ID that is quite personal. Right on the door.
We did it!
Of course you will like it. Well.
What's this?
But
Yeah.
Have to stay on the guards and stuff, yeah.
I'll reveal your true form. Show me your true form.
Get that charge in, right? Alright, so there's a chest near here. A tangled USB cord. Well, one man's trash, right?
I can feel it.
Shadow spotted. It's powerful, so let's be cautious.
Show me your true form.
And
Now's our chance. Beat him up. Psychokinetic moves should help here. It won't be a problem. Persona. Show them, Sondrion. That wiped them all out. A+ Violet.
total A plus. Psychokinesis, alright. Idea of possibly bringing in Haru.
That was so easy, I'm yawning.
Show me your true form.
Surprise attack successful. Now just don't lose.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything reckless. Witness my resolve.
Impress.
One dab. Two dab. How's it going, Striker? The Angel streak ended. That was a good.
Victory is ours. They're still up.
Gabriel! Alright.
What happened? Oh, no, that was a mistake.
Persona! Ravage them!
Ooh, Joker, you're looking cool.
Let's go.
The Mets happened. Oh.
They're done for.
I was unaware.
Let's do it. Time to finish this. It's showtime.
It's showtime.
Gorgeous. I won't let it go to waste. Here we go. Here's the bullets. Excellent. Everyone did great. Good work, everyone.
This could be useful.
Brave step. Ooh.
All right.
All right, we beat him. Let's go, Joker.
Show me your true form. Focus.
Anything else back here? There is.
I'll reveal your true form.
All right, justification to head back.
Show me your true form. It's somewhere.
Hey, look, a chest.
It's somewhere.
It's somewhere around here.
I'll reveal your true form. Oh,
Hey, look.
Shall we go?
I'll reveal your true form.
Skills. I know we swapped out. Oh, we made a swap out strategically.
I can feel it. Show me your true form.
So
Show Show me your true form.
We just jump in on them.
Let's go.
Successful. Now just don't lose.
Come. All right.
Now the enemy is just a brainwashed drone. Use psychokinesis. Not finish you. Finish it.
Are you my grandkid?
Persona! How about this?
Are you my grandkid?
That should do. Persona! There!
All right. Use a little bit of everything there. We built it up from a strategic standpoint.
Power courses through me.
Okay.
Let's keep this pace going.
That's gonna bring us back.
It's somewhere.
All right. Think about. Ah, shit. So we don't want to. All right, this box was here. So we circle all the way around. Well.
It's somewhere.
Wait. They lead to the same spot, so clearly that's not right either which way.
Focus.
Alright. Let's figure out.
I can feel it.
Has to be something I am missing.
I can feel it.
Has to be a coincidence. From one to another here.
I have something.
Yeah, okay, this. Alright.
Show me your true form.
That worked.
I can feel it.
Ah, missed one thing back there, but not gonna worry about it. Back in we go. Savvy room of saviness. Back to the... Oh, let's bring in...
My. This is exactly what we're hoping for.
Back in here.
I've been waiting for you.
Please be aware that there is an alarm in effect. Be prepared for variations. Fusing several at once?
Oh yeah, that's right. Well, we gotta do a...
Cautious with your selections. You're stopping? The compendium, yes? Registering a persona. Would you like to register it? Please be aware that there is an alarm in effect. Be prepared for variations. Please be more careful than usual. Is this okay? Select a skill to inherit.
All right. Nice. No room for it.
Fusing several at once?
Yeah, let's see.
Are you sure you want one this week? Select a skill to inherit.
Chances are it's not going to come out the way we're expecting. Break out the chainsaw. Surprised that we have not had any other interruptions after the first two. Nope. The monitoring prep room.
This is where it begins, huh?
Let's do it.
Now, let us depart.
Hey,
Ah, they look quite formidable. Well, let's see what happens here. Oh wait, did I? Oh.
The opponent is strong. Don't do anything. This enemy is tough, and electric attacks won't work on it.
Okay.
The opponent is strong. This enemy is tough, and electric attacks won't work on it.
Persona! All right.
Persona! Let's finish this. Something isn't working. Nice, Violet. Just what I would expect from an athlete. How's this?
Akechi's frozen.
Joker's frozen. Someone help him or he can't move.
Well, Futaba comes in.
Something else.
Immune to curse. I had hoped we could end this quickly. Amazing, Joker! What do you think you are?
Up to you.
That's my cue. I'll break them.
Bro doesn't have much health left. Someone heal him!
Wasting
Power.
your time.
Persona!
Gotta heal.
Crow's life is in danger.
Oh, it is Crow.
Wasting your
Crow's defense is low right now. Let's dance!
Let's see.
I'll hold back. My turn now. Let go! Crow's life is in danger. Persona! I'm moving back. I'll do
You want some
Sorry
help
about
serving
that.
up a cold dish of revenge?
Well, we basically had a think here.
You're okay. How about we kick some butt together? Yay, you're back. Now it's showtime.
It's showtime.
This is how I really feel.
Is that how he really feels?
Excellent. Did Mona just reveal his feelings about her? Rose defense is low right now. If I knew their affinity, this would be tough. Plus skills will be nullified, so be careful.
Persona! You're mine.
Well,
You don't have any skills that'll hit its weak spot. Done.
I'm tired of waiting.
What do you think you are?
Persona! Take this!
Feel my power. Manifest!
Fell down. Hang in there.
It's time. Gabriel! Ravage them!
all right. Well, too bad we didn't figure that out sooner. We basically got our asses kicked in that one.
Well,
Room of surveillance.
I see.
Oh?
What's being collected for?
Wait.
Oh,
It's mementos. But let's go check out mementos. Well,
yeah.
so we covered a fair amount of ground here.
Hmm. Yep.
Hey,
Hey. Hey.
Wow, damn it, Morgana.
Nice. Yep.
She's glad to be here. Now she sounds like some sort of samurai. Got their backs like a butt crack. All right.
Morning.
Would like to knock out a few key things before we wrap it up here.
Oh. Hey.
All right.
I'll be counting on you then.
Later on in the afternoon, atmosphere being it's Maruki's influence at work. Who know customers? Yeah, it's like the juice bar at Angel Grove, the Angel Grove Youth Center.
Now then. Hey, hey!
The thing is, though, the faith, the stuff with Sumeri is basically the priority here to get her called up in terms of the damage output that she can do. Apparently, it's like Chinese buns.
Hello.
You want a strength belt. Go out once. Let's hang out. Don't overthink it.
Can I talk to you?
Ba-da-ba-ba. What's she apologizing for now? It wasn't on purpose.
But...
Don't beat yourself up, girl. You had composure to begin with?
You?
Oh, she got ice cream cones.
Yes.
That's a good question to ask.
So...
I actually cared about her. But if you're not consumer, you guys should worry about being Samuri.
I'm sorry. Senpai.
All right, she's gonna keep doing it.
Please, listen to me. Thank you very much.
Yeah, make sure she doesn't relapse.
Maybe some other time.
So we gotta get 7, 8, 9, and 10.
All right.
Shall we go?
All right.
And also, I have to hit Dart to try and get her thing up. of pathetic side of her.
Yeah.
I'm lonely and hungry. Well, next time we're going to Mementos.
Hey, hey!
Darts and billiards.
Welcome! What do you play?
What do you want to do?
Ah.
Hey, hey!
Thank you!
Well, we'll get the baton pass.
Yep.
With a catchy.
Hey!
Well, let's go. You got this. I see.
Ooh.
Good effort. My turn.
And that kind of went terribly.
Senpai. I'm counting on you.
For real? Yes!
I see.
Hat trick.
My turn. What should we do?
Trust your instincts.
That's it.
Believe in yourself. Hey, redneck. An ad for Lay's potato chips? Nice.
Thank goodness. We did it!
I have a favor to ask.
$701.
Let's do this.
The chips, what's what?
Calm down. That went really well. This is... That
went really well. All right. I'll give it a try.
That she's giving it a try here. Wow, Makoto let me down seriously there. You're proud of me on your third bottle of water. Nice.
I'll leave it to you. For real? This is... Yes!
3 in the black.
I see. I'll give it a try.
Ooh.
All right then.
Well, this is not going to go well.
For real? This is...
Came up short.
This is good.
It was so good, man. Well, we're all maxed out on those stats.
That was so much fun. That should do it for now. All right then.
Crowded as always.
What's up?
Yeah, this is... Alright, these are setting up the hangouts. But we gotta get Kasumi boosted up.
You know,
I mean, Samari. Alright.
answer this question.
This is it.
Way to go!
Totally, that was it. Well, there's those tie-ins.
Nice going.
All the booze and meat you want. Like, and I think you should, and I think I may want some tortilla chips or cheese dip, maybe nachos. How about both? Tortilla chips are nachos, just uncooked. Ah. So, different stuff here. Like school on a Saturday. Oh. Hang out with drop in, do the hangout thing.
What? I see.
Exercising. I've done that.
Thank you so much. We should get going. You know,
Is he strict?
yes.
Ba-ba-ba-ba.
How are you?
Hey, look, it's the Wii trainer. Yeah, she realized.
Please, listen to me. Yes.
Combination. Got some great moves. The combination of things is combos.
Thank you for bringing me here.
Rude. Created to lose. Ah, so realization things are realizing. Uh-oh. All right. It's like, well, her sister used her as a way to motivate herself. I get it.
Thank you very much.
It'll be like a duet. There you go.
Thank you so much.
All right. Now she can smack somebody.
All right.
And knock some sense into them.
All right.
Good effort.
All right. Like a good challenge within reason. Whoops.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Oh, that's another trip in to Mementos right there.
Hey, hey!
Okay, so we're looking at 4. All right, so clearly we fell way behind on doing these. There's always 2 letters left over.
All right.
I see. Nice.
Dude.
So you've come.
The proof is. Ah, yes. There's this scene.
Thank you.
Like just about every female character in this game has ended up in the room.
This is a storage room, yes? But where is your room?
You're looking at it.
Oh, I would never have guessed. So you prefer cramped, dingy spaces. How fascinating. Please, tell me more about yourself.
I typically save them for Friday nights or Saturdays.
There's some unusual energy around this desk. Your infiltration tools are made here? Could I possibly try my hand at it? Thank you. Let us see what I can do. Now, what should I make? Ah, I know! To show my gratitude for rescuing me, I shall craft for you a secret weapon. I think you'll be rather pleased with it. This is trickier than I expected. Oh, uh-oh. Well, I can fix that.
She broke it.
Ouch! Cursed screwdriver, how dare you defy your wielder? Obey me! Drive those screws! Ugh! Oh, screw it. Megado!
What did she say?
It seems my time out of body has led to my becoming somewhat undexterous. While it pains me to say it, your secret weapon will have to wait. More importantly, I should be using this time to learn more about you. Is this your bed? It's surprisingly similar to the one in your cell. Can you truly rest here?
It comes with a cat.
So you can pet it as much as you like whenever you rest. I must say I am a bit jealous. Still, this space seems somewhat cramped for a fully grown human and a feline. May I sit? Optimum firmness, ideal warmth.
Optimum firmness is optimum.
I feel so calm here. You fiend. You'll pay for splitting me in two. Let's see how your holy grail holds up to this sledgehammer. Take that. Huh? It didn't work?
She's having a fight in her dreams.
Oh, wait. You can't. No. I'm being split again.
She's having a little nightmare.
Talking?
I didn't hear anything.
Kind of you to say. It was just so comfortable. Perhaps I allowed myself to relax a little too much. I sense some residual energy here as well. Ah, you use it for training. May I ask for a demonstration? Come on! 1, 2, 1, 2! Put your back into it! You think you can save the world like that?
She's a little taskmaster. That's what she is.
1, 2, 1, 2! Don't expect me to go easy on you. I'm doing this for
course she is.
Well done. Such commendable willpower. I can sense some lingering energy around this television. Or is it actually coming from the box attached to it?
From both.
What is this? I see. I've heard quite a bit about these remarkable devices.
Video games are indeed remarkable.
Begins, they're unable to tear themselves away.
Totally
Can
unable.
entrance humans to such a degree. Could you play a bit for me? I see. You're piloting the spaceship, and your objective is to destroy the oncoming enemies.
She's the ultimate backseat gamer.
Look how they scatter. This is quite impressive. You weave around each bullet with dizzying precision. Whoa, there's so many of them now. Oh, you're surrounded. Look out, on your right. I mean left. No, they're in front now. Use the boost. Look, it's the boss. Fire the beam cannons. Annihilate it.
Again, she's totally into it.
You did it. The world is saved.
The world is always saved.
A most dexterous display. I can certainly see why humans get so passionate about these games. Perhaps I'll ask my master if we can install one in our room. I've enjoyed this first-hand glimpse into your daily life. It was quite illuminating. Before I became whole, I visited many places with you and gained a wealth of new experiences.
And provided some great comedy.
I feel like I've come to understand humans better. And perhaps more importantly, I feel like I understand you better. So, thank you. Though you have cast off your shackles, I will still await you in that room. This is a token of my gratitude for today. Please, take it. It would be a shame if I were to leave so soon. May I stay a little longer?
Sweet little thing, she passed out.
Thanks.
All right.
Well then.
Don't lose the battle against Triss.
Hey, hey!
Will come in handy there.
Well then.
Hang out with Futaba?
Hey, can I bother you for a sec? Hey, hey.
Her door is going to be open. All right, what's Futaba up to?
Sorry.
She's wearing the mask again. She wavered on that promise. We're not mad at her.
Well,
Oh, all these folks are gonna be apologizing.
Yes. But
All right, does she get a pat on the head for it?
yes.
Like she sits like a frog, like a bump on the log. So what do these make here? The starship.
All right.
Thanks.
how's that? See you later.
Alligator. Ultimate support is ultimate. All right.
Sheesh. Yo. Okay. You should be grateful. Come again.
All right, no one that we can. Well,
Welcome! What do you play?
What do you want to do?
Thank you!
Yep.
oh,
Hey,
Well,
Well, that did not work out the way I was hoping. Ketchy is left-handed. Like, trying to get his thing maxed out is not easy.
Yes.
I went to do something for Mr. Red. Dog hurt himself, so I had to take care of him. Now you made your nachos. Sweet. Sweet, sweet nachos.
Fine then. Hey.
188 on 3. Yeah, this is impossible.
For real?
We came up short.
Sim. Hey. Well.
For real? Yes.
Well, we went 3 for 3 there.
Sim.
I actually got lucky on that. Managed to hit that one. So all I gotta do is get bullseyes the rest of the way.
Fine then. Hey.
Hey, we did it!
Yeah?
Not a bad result.
I see now.
Now then. Stay focused. Yes! For real? Yes! I'll be back.
So the question is,
I come in.
how does a cat throw darts? Wow.
Yes. It's all yours.
Whoops.
I see. This is where I come in. Then you'll have my thanks.
Oh, that worked out.
Oh. Nice.
Let's see. You know what's funny though? If it wasn't for the interruptions,
That should do it for now.
this would have been like an
Let's go.
8-hour stream at this point. Because we started a bit like about 6:15 or so.
Hey. I'm in your debt.
Knocking these things out left and right here.
What? I see. I see.
What shall we do?
Have the fortune red.
Here we go. What do you think?
It's like we had to go bounce.
What? I see.
Foods.
I was thinking. Thank you so much.
Redneck is a happy redneck. He has the foods.
This is.
Carnivore energy.
I see.
Well,
So anyway,
she's a leopard. As I'm a better friend, so they stopped the beers.
no.
Hey, thinking a little bit clearer. Able to appreciate drive in a straight line and when you're doing the farming and trucking simulators.
Thank you so much.
Now whenever we do a shout out for you, it's like those, you can look back at some of those ridiculous clips and really get a good laugh. Well, this sweater has a hole.
Mm. Um.
Like, she started it. Oh, that's a look.
Sorry to have kept you waiting. What? Um. I'm so happy.
Yes, that 0.1% is when you were sober.
Thank goodness.
Mm.
Oh.
Well, Well, she's building up her process, yeah.
All right.
Maybe some other time.
The life simulator part of this game, it certainly is fascinating. Online shopping's definitely convenient. Yeah, she ain't wrong.
Yo. Yo.
Hey! Oh!
Let's check some shady commodities. The dark tier. Exactly, they have that kind of extra. Well, it's a Japanese currency, though. Redneck. Let's see. Let's see. Yen to US dollars. Yeah. 1,09,946,216 yen is the equivalent of $14,477 in US. Conversion rates are a bitch.
Okay.
Funny enough, last Friday's stream did feature my dryer going off in the middle of it. I started my laundry before the stream, so.
Oh.
Wait, all you did was just put it in the washer. The dryer is on the other side.
And finished. Let's head back.
We want it to be included. Trust me, I have one of those dryers that Makes a loud ass noise when it's finished. It's like a 3 loud. Bah, bah, bah.
Thank you very much.
It's pretty formidably loud. All right. Yeah, Ishimura will throw chalk at our heads.
Wow.
Let's give it a shot. I am somewhat grateful that they don't have make us try and get the prizes out ourselves. The crane game. Man.
Nice going.
Okay.
How are you?
No way, man.
Hey. Yes.
Okay then.
What?
I didn't mean to do that, but
You're right. Listen up.
Israel was like, "What's he playing?" It says some Japan game. Yeah, you ain't wrong. You ain't wrong, Redneck.
Hmm. Agreed.
Yes. I am in favor.
I don't think so.
Oh, you got gummy worms? I haven't had gummy worms in years.
I'll play along for now.
Of course. That settles it. Listen up.
Wait! You're right.
Huh?
All right, that's okay. Didn't realize we couldn't bounce down there, but oh well. Uh, gotta get the one with Ryuji out of the way.
Oh, got some time?
Hey, hey.
Sorry.
It ain't like that bullshit.
No. My bad, man.
Oh, he's apologizing. You did totally have our back. That looks painful. You're just looking at it. Can't think and flex at the same time.
Hey.
Yep. Getting these expositions here. On these characters regarding all the stuff they've been through. Like, getting their potentials unlocked. Alright, so you're combining that with the pirate. So, what's the end result going to be here? Well, That's a thing. That's a design choice.
See ya.
All right, so that one's wrapped out. That looks like it'll come in handy. All right, we are.
Okay.
There is a thing of like
Hey, hey.
tackling the thing. There's an in-game reward for it. So.
Oh. And finished. Let's head back. Good morning.
Like you find out soon enough, please note that she's a little axe murderer.
Now, shall we go?
See, I'm kind of wanting to get close enough to where we can tackle the next two big action areas of this game for next Friday's stream of it.
Oh, yes.
Awful meant something else?
What is the answer?
Awful meant impressive?
This is it.
Correct.
I think I'm gonna straight chat your message. You have a good one, Redneck. We're gonna be wrapping up shortly as well. Let's see what. Oh, I didn't have a faith persona this entire time.
Nice going. Oh yeah.
In your thoughts.
Welcome to the Velvet Room.
Awaken your performing a fusion. Which persona will you send? Do you wish to fuse this? Choose which skill to inherit.
All right, we got Siegfried.
To whom will you give birth?
You know, we're finally gonna get this one fused. Oh.
Did you change your mind? May luck be on your side. Indeed.
Bouncing back. The fortune reading.
What shall we do?
Get the boost here.
Here we go. What do you think?
All right, bounce over here.
What? I see.
We hang out with her.
I'm so embarrassed.
Yeah, she's totally embarrassed. No problem.
Please, listen to me.
I would definitely be there.
So...
She feels like an idiot, but she finally really realizes it.
Yes.
She wants to grow even stronger.
All right.
She can now use Protect.
You know, um...
Uh-oh. She's in love?
I love you.
We're already in a relationship.
Thank you so much.
Like, last thing we want is problems. Granted, there is an in-game reward for actually going that route, but
Yes. Well, see you tomorrow.
all right. So we might be able to knock off one more in-game day.
Yeah.
Okay. Come on.
Well,
What do you want to do? Wow.
female shepherd who loves teaming up with mutton-loving psychiatrist to catch a serial killer. A serial shearer.
Well, what's up? you want to do? Hey! Oh!
Bring a catchy end. The jazz club is his scene.
Hey, thanks for coming in.
Yes.
Like, have a drink.
Well.
Awkward conversations are awkward with these two.
Oh, sorry. I guess I should thank you.
All right.
Yeah?
All right, that worked out.
Hey!
Oh, it's the last book that we have. Nope. That takes care of that.
My. See. Okay.
All right, so Faith rank 10. So it'll be the last thing is to get Samari maxed out.
Hey, hey.
All right.
What? I see. Nothing matters more to me.
All right.
Thank you very
So we get the last confident maxed out. Thank goodness.
Sorry to keep you waiting. It looks like my coach is yet to arrive.
The coach is not here.
I'm usually so nervous when Coach Hiraguchi watches my performance, partially because she's worked with me for so long. That's why I don't want to let her down. But today I'm excited about this. Thank you.
She's practically glowing.
I feel like everything's going to turn out well in the end. Thank you for making time to observe me today. I really wanted to get an unbiased evaluation from you.
As opposed to the totally biased.
Look on your face today, Sumire.
Yes, ma'am. I'm
It's like,
confident
as
in
opposed to the
everything
totally
I'm about to
biased evaluation she was getting all this
You
time.
look like you've got it all figured out. But I'm here to gauge your performance, not just let you brag about it. Now, begin.
Ma'am.
Even her starting form's changed. Could this be your doing? You two are cute together.
All right, let's start.
Oh, this is actually animated in its own way. That's it? That's your entire routine?
Thank you for watching.
You've grown so much, Sumire. I'm sure this is no surprise to you, but the path to international success will be harsh and relentless. Are you ready?
And this would justify her not being in Persona 5
I will be
Strikers.
number one in the world of gymnastics. I will make our dream a reality.
Glad to hear you're so sure. With your natural grace and dedication to reach the gauntlet, no matter how far it is from your grasp, your dream is no longer impossible. And you're the one who decided that, not me.
Huh?
You didn't even realize it, did you? Today's the first time you've told me you will win on an international level. Until today, you'd only tell me, I hope I win.
Oh!
And am I correct in believing you weren't alone in this mission of yours?
Coach. Yes, that's right.
It's good to hear you have someone who really understands you in your corner. Your
As opposed to the coach who totally dropped the ball.
I'm looking forward to your next lesson already.
Coach Hiraguchi liked my routine.
It was so routine.
You're probably right. I'm kidding, of course. Thanks to you, I feel like I've finally found the answer I've been searching for, as well as discovering what's most important to me while performing. I genuinely can't thank you enough.
Yes, you can start thinking.
Good point. I've only just approached the starting line. I'm sorry for repeating this to death, but I really do need to say it again. I'm so grateful that I got to meet you, Senpai. I've learned all sorts of things from my time with you. Now, I can show everyone how I really feel, and the two of us can take the crown of the gymnastics world.
It's real funny because you really got to cram her stuff in.
I am thou, thou art I. Thou hast turned a vow into a blood oath. Thy bond shall become the wings of rebellion and break the yoke of thy heart. Thou hast awakened to the ultimate secret of faith, granting thee infinite power.
Infinite power!
All right. All right.
This is the new me. I finally found it.
Didn't we kick the crap out of that earlier?
Oh, here's an idea. Why don't you join me on my tour, Senpai? It'll be you and me and Kasumi. All three of us taking on the world as a team.
I'll get my passport.
I'm kidding. No matter where I perform, even if it's on the other side of the earth, it feels like you'll still be there, watching over me. I really do believe that with all my heart. Thank you so much for coming out to support me today. I really hope we stay as close as we are on our way to the top. Boy, my body's still so jittery. I feel like I need to keep moving. Senpai,
Raising.
just join me in a bit of extra training. We'll start with some basic stretches.
We're going to do a full routine, so I hope you came prepared.
Does he look like he came prepared? Uh, that was the right thing to say there.
Yo.
Hey! Oh yeah.
All right, so we'll.
Hey, hey! Whoa.
Taking care of the plant.
Yes!
The highest tier.
Hey! Welcome.
All right.
What would you like?
Underground. Like, did you get protein from anywhere?
Welcome.
Hop into here.
Okay.
The imported protein.
Well then. Okay. Oh!
Well, at least he didn't crash.
All right.
Nice.
All right. All right.
Wanna head back?
All right. A new course. New course at the batting cages.
Let's get started.
Well,
What's this?
What do you want to do? Oh! Yeah! Hey!
Hey, we totally made him. Stocking up on lockpicks or stocking up.
Apologies.
Yep.
All right, so
I hate the rain.
we covered a large chunk of the game from back into the 24th all the way through to late late the January, mid-late January. So next time we play this, we will have a strong push towards dealing with some of the. Actually, we got to hit the Serene Temple. That's another achievement. We'll do that one next. And we got, I think the rest are just story-based achievements. So, hey, there we go. Of course, this stream got broken into 3 parts, unfortunately. Wait, I don't have to do that. I can just do the switch arounds here. So we'll find someone to raid here. I'm not sure what we're doing Saturday night yet. So I do know I have Comcast coming out from between 4 and 6. So we're going to head over to Dymac TV, who is also playing Persona 5 Royale, I believe. So I hope everybody has themselves a great rest of your night. Tighten your friendship bracelet. Stay safe. And we'll see you later, or after around 7 o'clock, for some more fun games and shenanigans. Till then, bye!